In it goes. We've seen plenty of good legs tonight, haven't we?
Tops for the 160. She's going to get a dart at double 60 to take it out for a second time. He does it, he gets. Crowell with an absolute. He finds a second. It's double 14. It's perfectly pinned by David.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Thursday here at the Modus Super Series, where after Bunce did the business in Group A, we're going to see a double session of darts, and the remaining 11 players will fight it out for a place at finals night. All week, Paul Nicholson has been here watching the action, and what a fantastic Group A it was, Paul.
Thoroughly enjoyable, especially when, with a couple of rounds to go, we had 3 players on 18 points. And after what happened in round 4 yesterday, it was all said and done with a round to spare. So lots of twists and turns and very impressive displays from not just Stowe Bunce, from many people.
Absolutely, and it was really close in the end. You mentioned a round to spare, but only 2 points in the end separating Stowe Bunce and Nolan van Leuven, who will be in action in Group B tonight, as will Devon Peterson. What a week for him.
Yeah, Devon's definitely going in the right direction. The strange situation with Devon, with a few rounds to go, was that he could have won the group, but he could have also gone into Group C. The fact that he's protected his Group B position is a win, in my opinion. But technically, mentally, and how he approaches Group B, if he trends in the same way that he has done over the last 3 days, I think he'll make Saturday night. But I think Nolan van Leuven can be very proud of one thing and one thing only: winning more games than she lost over the first 3 days. Not everybody can do that.
And what a game she had against Stowe Bunce yesterday. That was a real Super Series classic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's available on our YouTube channel to watch in its entirety, but from the off, the 180s were there, the accuracy on the doubles, it was there, both averaging over 100, and I'm reliably informed that that's only the 39th time in the last 2 and a bit years that both players have averaged over 100 in the same match. It was really, really exciting to watch, especially the timing of it, because they were fighting for the top spot. So that was the real climax of the last 3 days for me.
Well, let's just zoom out and show you the picture for the rest of the week. This is the group breakdown. As we mentioned, Bunce safely through to finals night. Van Leuven and Peterson going into Group B. They'll be joined by Paul Hogan, Terry Nash and Justin Hood tonight. But the focus this afternoon is on Group C. Interesting that FALLON SHERROCK's fallen into Group C. Not often we see that. James Richardson, Nick Crowell as well. And coming in, Thomas Lovely, Ricky King, who's got a decent reputation, and Darren Armstrong. For my money, this is up there with the best Group C lineups that we get.
Yeah, I think for part-time darts fans, they might not know a lot about the bottom 3 names in Group C, but the fact is we do so much digging here for players from different environments. We know plenty about these guys. They are definitely doing good things on the Challenge Tour as far as playing county, international stuff, and Darren Armstrong is one of the best ADC players in Scotland. So it's nice to have little smatterings of everything coming into a group that's already got some people graduating from Group A who have got great experience.
Quick word on one of the players that we didn't know much about before the week started, in Tim Crowell. What have you made of him this week?
I didn't expect much from him at the start of the week. And after Monday, I thought, okay, he's got a couple of wins. As far as I'm concerned, I want to give it 3 days before we figure out what he's got. On Tuesday, he was doing things like that. And he grabbed me by the throat and said, I can play darts. He is unflustered, uncomplicated, and as far as I'm concerned, he might be a bit of a threat in this group. What have we seen over the last few weeks here? People in Group C who haven't done brilliant in Group A, they tend to improve as the week goes on. He might be one of them.
I told you he was an unknown. Forgot his name totally then, did I? Nick Crowell. Sorry, Nick Crowell fans, and Nick himself when you watch this back later. But yeah, decent stuff we've seen from him at times. Is this going to be a group where anyone can go through?
I'd have to say yes. If the people from Group A want to succeed, they're going to have to improve. I assume that they will. As far as Thomas Lovely's concerned, I would have him pretty much close to the favourite for winning this group because he's had some great Challenge Tour results of late.
Let's see if the bookies agree then with Paul Nicholson. These are the odds, and they have gone with Thomas Lovely, not just as a favourite, but as an odds-on favourite. Interesting that. James Richardson the next best at 4-1. Fallon Sherrock, 4th favourite. Take note of Ricky King there as well at 18-1. That's interesting. Quite a big price for him.
Do you know what? The first time we started talking about these players about a week ago, I said, watch out for Ricky King because he's an international player. He's been to the Europe Cup. He's been playing recently with some very good players. Now, he's not in winning form, but when people come here for the first time, they're playing on a perfect hockey under perfect lighting and great practice conditions. And people have said in the past, like Simon Adams, because we talked about that this morning, they can find another level of form in this building. I think Ricky King could be one of those players. So with those numbers in mind, watch out.
Let's see. If you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. It's 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. Right, the opening match does feature the odds-on favourite Thomas Lovely. He's about to take on Fallon Sherrock as he gets his campaign underway for the weekend. I had a little chat with Thomas earlier on. Thomas, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Just sum up how you're feeling going into the next couple of days.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. That's in a good place. I'm chucking really well, so I hope it continues ready for the next couple of days.
Made it to finals night before. How much did that experience give you the desire to get back there?
Oh, massive. That's the main aim for me this week. Just make sure I get there again and give it another crack.
It's an interesting week and an interesting group. Certain big names in there as well. What do you make of the group, the competition today?
It's going to be tough. It's always tough when you come here. You never know what you're going to get on the day, so I'm just going to try my best and hopefully beat everyone in my path. So.
What's the practice been like? What's the approach like for this event?
Yeah, really good. I've just come back off a good win myself this weekend, so hopefully that continues and I take that form into this week.
Being in this group situation before, do you have targets in terms of wins and points? How are you approaching it that way?
Just to go up there and win every game. I take every game as it comes and hopefully get through. That's the main aim, obviously, for everybody in that room.
And obviously, just a couple of days in this group, how important is it to get off to a good start?
Oh, massive. You have to get off well. You have to prove yourself straight away and put pressure on everybody else. If you don't, they'll put pressure on you. So
we'll let you go and prepare for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So here we go then. Thomas Lovely in action for the first time this week. Looking to return to finals night, as discussed. He takes on Fallon Sherrock in his opening match of week 5 of Modus Super Series 9. Fallon has made it all the way through to a final before, still trying to get that elusive Champions Week. But the 28-year-old former weekly finalist from Gainsborough is going to be a tough task for the 30-year-old thrower from Milton Keynes, who, as mentioned, has made it through to the final not once but twice. But one of the questions I asked Thomas Lovely in that interview, Paul, I'm going to throw straight at you. How important is it to get a win or two in your first 3 matches on a Thursday?
First leg, Thomas, you through first. Game on.
I think it's fairly important. I think after round 3, if you've got 1 win from 3, that's bare minimum. If you've got 2, you're going to be in the mix. And if you've got 3 wins out of 3, you're going to be in the ideal position, aren't you? What you can't have is a position where you've lost your first 3 matches. Now, Lovely's got Sherrock to start. Then he's got James Richardson.
180.
And he will end round 3 against Crowell, meaning he plays the 3 players from Group A all in a row.
140.
In a funny sort of way, I think that's the hardest way to come into a Group C, because you've got 3 players that have already got 15 games in
56.
the bank.
Well, no mucking around in terms of hitting a maximum in the opening leg. He's throwing first, but nothing else with it so
100.
far. In fact, all of his trebles came in that one visit. That changes here, but Fallon Sherrock has had a more than steady leg and given himself an opportunity to break.
$57. Thomas Ricard, 66.
Now it's a chance to hold. Double 12.
60. Fallon Ricard, 64.
Not surprised to see someone miss a couple of doubles at the start of their campaign, but that is something that can't continue. And it just
Yeah,
goes to
he's showing
show
the
that if
first
you
leg,
miss your
Fallon Sherrock.
chances, you do run the risk of losing a leg.
Second leg, Fallon to throw first.
Fallon
Game
was
on.
not happy with their form over the last couple of days. But this is an opportunity to put things right.
59.
She just seemed to run out of steam by the end of Tuesday. And I think, even though she had a pretty decent start to Wednesday, she knew her fate pretty quickly.
140.
Yeah, well, she's probably got dual ambitions as well this week. Not just about getting success here at the Super Series, but round the corner, that final
40.
Women's Series weekend in that qualification race for the Grand Slam of Darts, who sees her pitted against Noah Lynn van Leuven, doesn't it? Ironically, both of them
96.
using this tournament as their sort of run-up to that. And last year, Fallon Sherrock was in a similar spot, managed to win 3 out of 4 events and pit Mikuru Suzuki at the post.
125.
In relation to that, I think it was vital that she beat Nolan
133.
yesterday, which she did.
She does tend to find a way, doesn't she? When it really
99.
matters.
Thomas Ricard, 132.
This is a pretty good time of year to find form.
And actually, Group C will give her an opportunity to give herself that belief again, because it is less likely to go
52.
through.
And you played 2 more games, which is good for sharpness.
Will Sherrock be here on Saturday? We'll find out
58.
over the next couple
Thomas
of days.
Ricard, 80.
Thomas Lovely, remember, installed as the odds-on favourite to win this group. Bullseye.
55.
Sherrock gets a
Thomas
shot
Ricard,
here to double her
120.
That puts pay to that one.
$30. Thomas Ricard, 25.
Matthew Edgar always makes a great point when he's in the comms box that when you do that with your first
Game
start,
shot on the second
you
leg.
allow
Thomas
your opponent
Lovely.
to begin the process of their checkout.
Third leg, Thomas to throw first.
And all the
Game
best
on.
to Mr. Edgar playing over in the World Masters. We won't share too much from that, but we will keep a beady eye on his results. I know he got a good win against
83.
Wolfgang Winkler yesterday.
Wow, that only took 13 minutes to get that name in. I'm very impressed.
134.
He's no Wilhelm Schwingenschlögl. Come on. Yeah, Matt's actually playing right now
140.
against Miroslav Grudziecki. And we've seen some decent results already this morning. Very much
99.
Super Series games like Harrison versus Duff, which Andreas Harrison won. But over the course of the 2 days that we've got here, these people are trying to
60.
do what the likes of Duff and Harrison have done before. Win on a Saturday night, but the first mission is getting there. And in the case of these 2 players, it's getting there again.
60.
I've noticed these players go elsewhere now, like WDF tournaments and exhibitions, and are announced to the stage as Modus Super Series winners.
58.
It's a big deal in darts.
I think of someone like Kai Gotthard, who is still in the World Masters men's tournament. He's got to be right in the crest of a wave.
121.
It does
Thomas
mean
Ricard,
something.
160.
And you can take the wins you have here everywhere you go around the world. Sherrock is doing
100.
good things
Thomas
to
Ricard,
get chances
87.
in this game. It's a question of whether she can take them. Double 18.
Well, both Fallon and the referee Paul Hinks had a good look, but that's
78.
bad luck
Thomas
for
Ricard,
Sherrock,
60.
who just comes inside that wire, and she has had the opportunity here to break for the second time.
No
Oh,
score. Fallon Ricard, 9.
wow. Bust, bust, bust.
That hurts. This will hurt even more.
5. Thomas Ricard, 60.
Well, this dart's going to be closer to tops. Might even be in tops. But it does cause a little bit of a problem because he's blocked tops.
40.
And
Following
can't find a
car
route.
4.
This is for a break of throat. Big portion of this match.
Game shot on the
And
third
Sherrock
leg.
takes the
Fallon
lead.
Sherrock.
It doesn't matter how. It's about getting the points.
Fourth leg Fallon to through first. Game on.
It's one of those situations where the stats don't tell the story, because Thomas Lovely's 1 out of 6
57.
on doubles, but he would have had at least 2 more darts at double had he not thrown that treble 20 that was unwanted.
This is the problem with playing
50.
people who are already sharp. Fallon's had a busy week, as has Richardson, as has Crowell and the other 3.
23.
When you come here on a Thursday after playing for 3 days, you need less practice time to get into the groove
58.
than someone who's coming here for the first time for the week. You might need 30 minutes to get yourself in game shape.
96.
That's the way it works. The more you play, the more you have to tailor the practice daily. I know it's an individual problem or an individual approach,
140.
but I think the more you play, let's say you put in a couple of hours on the first day you come here. By the Friday, you might need 20
100.
minutes. Took me years to realise that, after speaking to many pros on the circuit. You have these big
60.
festivals and big clusters of Players' Championship events and things like that. As the days go on, you don't need as much.
65.
You have to listen to your body and look at the board and see what you're doing after a certain amount of time.
A couple of examples notable on the Pro Tour. Gary Anderson often won't throw a
81.
dart before his first
Following car
match.
160.
Some of the time he doesn't need to.
Well, Fallon Sherrock finds a treble 20. May return to that point in a moment, but crucial
100. Thomas Ricard 112.
moments in this match. Does Lovely level? He won't, and now Fallon Sherrock will get the
88.
opportunity to
Following car
extend
60.
her advantage to 3-1.
Can she do what Thomas couldn't?
20.
So
Thomas
many
Ricard,
chances in this game for
24.
both players.
That's a long way off, but
Game
that's
shot on the
right.
fourth
That's
leg.
in,
Thomas
and
Lovely.
it's all square. Yeah, another player I was going to mention was Ryan Joyce, who
Fifth leg Thomas to throw
I'm
first.
told will throw a certain number of darts
Game on.
at double 16, and if they go in, he'll sit back down and not practice again because he's content that he's in a good place.
Never argue with somebody who's in the quarterfinals of the World Grand Prix.
97.
And Thomas was saying that he's in
85.
decent form at the minute. I'd have to agree. A couple of quarterfinals on the Challenge Tour this year and a semi-final in the most recent event. And the person to stop him in
119.
that tournament? Connor Scott. Arguably the best player in the world without a tour card. And it looks like he's going to the World Championship regardless of where he finishes in that order of merit.
96.
But think about some of the players that he beat en route to that semi-final. And look at Thomas Lovely with fresh eyes.
60.
Nolan van Leuven. Steve Haggerty. Wesley Plaisir.
100.
Yeah, he's in pretty good form, all right. A lot of those games he was averaging north of 93.
78.
You get the sense that if Fallon doesn't win this game, she's going to be kicking herself because she's had plenty of opportunities.
60.
Now,
Thomas Ricard 147.
favourite to lead for the first time.
Even though the first start was
119.
bad,
Van Ricard
the next two were
160.
perfect. Another chance at 160. This one is not going to be troubled.
40. Thomas Ricard 28.
So, double 14 to get his nose in front.
Game shot on the
And that's
fifth leg.
exactly
Thomas
what he
Lovely.
does. I'm going to say it now because I was thinking about saying it when
Six
Fallon
leg
Sherrock
Fallon
was
to through
poised
first. Game on.
to go 3-1 up, but would have been accused of being an after-timer. I felt when I saw those odds that that was ridiculously short on Thomas Lovely.
Yes, it was. I thought he would be favourite, but not
26.
an odds-on favourite. Look at the strength of the group. He's not that far ahead of all of the other players.
58.
He just feels more likely to succeed than some others based on current numbers and form. He could still lose this first game of his group if he's not careful. Both of these come from a darting family, of course. Fallon's sister plays Women's Series darts as well. And Thomas's dad has
59.
been a top-level dart player for decades.
$122.
Steady Eddie stuff from Thomas in this one.
First gentle segue of Group C.
56.
This gave an indication, though, of what we were just talking about, that Lovely is not likely to completely storm through this field. He's going to have his challenges along the way.
140.
Yeah, very much so. He got that maximum very early in the match. Since then, he hasn't had another one. This is an 84 average,
60.
It's a workmanlike performance,
122.
which might yield a 4-2 win.
That's interesting. Fallon Sherrock has not looked likely to take out
46.
a ton-topping
Following
finish.
the car, 160.
I can agree with him on that, but he's given her the chance to by not going the 18th route. Actually fluffed his lines anyway,
128.
and may only
Comes
get
to
one
car,
dart double here
76.
with Fallon poised to steal the leg.
Gonna get a couple,
Game
and
shot on
only
mark,
needs the
Thomas
one
Lovely.
on this occasion. Thomas has a scratchy win at the start of his campaign, but the way he finished that 4-2 win, he will be very pleased, because when you take those 2 dart kills, it does start the process of building confidence for the week. A 4-2 win will do that, and Sherrock starts with a loss of 4-2, and Lovely, the favourite for the group, starts with a win. When we come back, it's going to be a debut for Ricky King as he takes on one of our Dutch friends, Mr. Crowell. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and it's going to be a first time in Group C for Nick Crowell, but a first time here at this entire place for Ricky King. There are plenty of people who've been looking forward to this day. Maybe more people in Dorset because that's where he's from, and he's been lauded by Scott Mitchell, his England teammate, over the course of the last few months, saying he can play. We are on watch for the 34-year-old, but the person who is 10 years his senior from Winschoten in the Netherlands, Nick Crowell, at times this week has shown that he can play this game. A really interesting debut match for Ricky here, Murph.
Yeah, it really is. We had a little chat about Nick at the top of the show, and
First
I would
leg,
agree
Ricky to
with
throw first.
your assessment. He has
Game on.
shown that he can play. Didn't finish bottom of Group A on his debut. He's the ADC Europe qualifier for this week. ADC Europe, by the way, have been dominating this series, haven't they?
140.
We saw Kai Gottard get the title on Saturday night. Nolan van Leuven, she's the ADC Europe wild card this week.
43.
She's very much amongst the favourites this week.
85.
One thing's for sure, Ricky doesn't mess around. And that might suit Nick Crowell.
59.
He comes from a country where a lot of players are very swift. It looks like he's wearing a team shirt today called
53.
the Green Devils. That's a bit sinister.
$47.
Yeah, just to go back to that point, so far in this series, Labanauskas, Harrison and Gottard all through as ADC Europe representatives. Andy Hamilton, the only one breaking that trend.
Not to mention the last champion and the person who lost in the final,
85.
ADC
Ricky
Europe,
43.
Jimmy Van Ski, Marvin Van Velsen.
Getting shot on
And a
the first
1-0
leg,
lead for Ricky King. Starts his Modus Super Series career with a
Second leg, Nick
14
to
dart
first.
leg.
Game on.
He's the outsider for this group. Yeah, right. That made no sense to me. Time will tell, though,
140.
as to what Ricky can do. But Dorset Darts, what are they doing at the minute with Mitchell, with Tommy the Gun,
100.
Morris? And Ricky King, who was playing at the Europe Cup just last week. I'm sure that was a really
100.
interesting experience for him in Slovakia, wearing the colours of England. Quarter-final of the pairs event with Paul Milford.
100.
Lost to a Czech pair who, the Czech Republic, are really strong. In fact, the Czech team also beat the
131.
England team in the team event. He lost in the singles in the first round,
100.
but I am
Big
positive
account,
that experience
130.
will help Ricky moving forward.
Here comes Crowell on the prowl.
90.
Might want to take that, Tops, Nick.
139. Nick your car 40.
Ricky is in your rear view mirror, if Green Devils have such a thing.
Getting shot on the second
Very
leg,
well
Nick
done.
Crowell.
Great level of play in this match. 14 followed by a 13.
Third leg, Ricky to throw first. Game on.
Such an unassuming character, isn't he? Nick Crowell.
140.
Just goes about his day like he's wandering through the streets of Portsmouth.
Well, he can wander through the streets of Portsmouth and
59.
nobody would know who he is unless you bump into a Modus Super Series superfan. But there are players here this week who
60.
don't have that luxury.
I like the cut of his jib. Type of guy who'd make an Armani suit look a little bit shabby.
128.
Maybe you can get it tailored. You can get anything tailored these
100.
days. flights, stems, barrels, suits, dart shirts.
140.
He could be the type to grow into this week. And he might be
100.
thinking about silverware come Saturday.
$58. Ricky O'Carr, 101.
To take the lead again with another 5-visit leg. Double 16 for Ricky.
Getting shot on the third leg. Ricky King.
Hey, Ricky, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind.
Third first. Game on.
Hey, Ricky.
Oh, I really thought you were going to start singing Tricky by Run DMC there, Murph. I'm really
100.
disappointed.
Well, it is a stellar start to his Super Series life, isn't it?
140.
Look at this.
Yeah, I think those odds are going to crumble at some points today. We were talking about Ricky King a week ago when he was involved
100.
in the Week 5 schedule, and we all thought, ooh, now there's a name we should watch out for. He's swift,
60.
uncomplicated action, confident. He could be a real find.
100.
18-1. Outsider backers are planning what to spend the money on already.
100.
If you did get on that, I'm sure it won't be around for much longer.
That is to win the group, of course. It's not to win the week.
60.
That's a whole different thing. Stowe Bunce is already in Saturday night. And if you want to see him,
41.
you can.
Ricky O'Carr, 141.
We'll give you details of that in the next leg. How many people have been leaving 160 this week?
60.
Why
Ricky
does it
O'Carr,
feel as if
160.
160 is going to have a say in what happens here this week? Someone's going to hit one,
60.
and it might
Ricky
just be the
O'Carr,
most
81.
important shot of this week. This is the worst leg of the match, but it might still be over.
35. Ricky O'Carr, 100.
Where does he go? His top's covered? It isn't. It's just been hit
Getting shot on the
twice
fourth leg.
for
Ricky
3-1. And his initials are very
This leg,
simple
Ricky
to
the third
read.
First.
But if you add something to his initials,
Game on.
he might be like Randy Orton. This might be RKO. Ricky King and over.
59.
By the way, those checkout statistics are actually wrong because Ricky King after that finish is 4 out of 3.
$100.
As far as debuts go, this is very good. I'm not sure anybody will ever trump Cam Crabtree's 115
134.
against Matt Jackson. That was ridiculous. But this is a very good performance against an opponent
140.
who was playing pretty well. He had a few shaky moments on Monday. He improved on Tuesday.
98.
And he has been a thorn in people's side. Just to give you an indication of that, he's got winning records this week against
100.
Sherrock and Richardson. And I'm sure that will come into play a little bit later.
145. Ricky
Yeah,
O'Carr,
this is really,
161.
really good. Could be marking his debut with a 3-figure average. Nick Crowell has done the 161 before this week. Not going to repeat it.
80.
Are we going to see
Ricky
Ricky
O'Carr,
King
65.
make a real statement here?
47 left for a debut win in 5 legs. Serious
shot and a
darts
match.
from
Ricky
Ricky King. It's not 100 average, but he'll take a 99. And more than that, apart from taking the points by 3 legs, he'll take 4 from 4 on the doubles. Debuts don't come much better than that. And he was the outsider for this group, remember. We disagreed with it. We've just been proved right, and Ricky King may just be proving himself over the next couple of days with performances like that. So he gets 2 points. Who's going to get the points in the next game? Darren Armstrong comes back to the Modus Super Series to take on James Richardson.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12. As in,
And the match,
it's Steve
Steve
West
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
But Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and Knox has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cook!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Lishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
The action continues here at the Modus Super Series, where the darts keep flying, and James Richardson is back on the stage after his Group A campaign early this week. In fact, following a World Seniors campaign that can hardly be described as a campaign. It was short-lived for Richardson up in York, but he's going to be here for the full 5 days at least, and hoping to extend it to 6 with success in Group C. He takes on Darren Armstrong, who returns, having made it to the weekly finals back in Series 7. The 48-year-old hoping to strong-arm Richardson in this opening match. The Rushden Diamond, 50 years of age now, of course, hence qualifying him for those World Seniors tournaments. And one of those players that on any given day can just rattle through the field and blow everybody away. Haven't seen it too often for Richardson recently, but always beware of ruthless.
Game on.
Couldn't agree more. He'll still go through his process of applying the chalk to his hand and throwing the darts with
96.
incredible venom. I think it was Sto Bunce this week who was saying that on the hockey,
45.
he looks pretty mean. But when you spend time with James away from the hockey, you couldn't wish for a nicer bloke. It's pretty much spot on.
96.
Yeah, lost out to the eventual runner-up Leonard Gates in the opening round of the seniors match play in York. Was beaten 8-5 by the American ace
41.
in that one, who's since returned to the US and started winning again. Won a pairs tournament just yesterday.
What a life he leads.
42.
All he does is hop from country to country just playing darts. But Leonard Gates has never won
83.
here. Mind you, neither has James.
No. Both have had 9 darters. Well, James not here, but in this tournament.
140.
Gates on that stage and also has reached a weekly final, Leonard Gates. May see him again soon.
100.
We may
Done
see
your
Paul
car,
Hicks
127.
call in the 127 in game.
87.
Does that tell us that Darren Armstrong is going to leave tops as much as he can? Because the majority of people would gone for 17, sorry, on
Done your car, 40.
that 67 left. No tops. How's his 10s?
Getting shot on the first
Well, it's
leg.
about as
Darren
good as Devin
Armstrong.
Peterson's has been this week, which is pretty darn good.
Second leg, James to through first. Game on.
Yeah, good start for Armstrong. 17 darts to hang on to his throw.
100.
It is Thursday, of course, so later tonight, if you do tune into this evening session, we will reveal the lineup for next week.
43.
And we've got another very strong lineup for you. Some interesting debut names as well.
43.
Won't give away too much. But we had that conversation about the ADC Europe dominance, and what I will say is they've got
100.
an even better chance of getting another winner next week.
Without revealing the name, I have to agree.
40. 45.
We have a Lithuanian winner so far in this series. We have a Swedish winner,
100.
English and German. At times, Scotland have had very good periods here in Portsmouth.
59.
But is it fair to say that Scotland haven't really been having a dominant period for a while?
Yeah, well, the
100.
main protagonists, Robert Thornton and John Henderson, have not had that weekly success, although Thornton recently did win the Double Trouble tournament, of course, which is quite apt to mention now during World Grand Prix week.
79.
And John Henderson, of course, won that World Seniors match play that we've just spoken about, which Richardson played in, and now he's looking at tops. Over the
78.
top.
We've had a period once before where Scottish players won 3 consecutive weeks. Jim McEwen won a series, and then the next 2
135.
weeklies
James McCarr,
were won by
40.
Andy Bolton and Willie Borland.
Game shot
Very
on the
good from
second leg,
James.
James Richardson.
I think double top is going to get a lot of attention in this game.
Third leg, Darren to through first. Game on. 97.
It's a very natural throw that Darren has. Has a bit of a layoff when that dart comes back towards the collarbone.
96.
What a layoff is when you draw the dart back and your elbow either goes on the inside towards the rib cage, or if your hand
96.
goes further away from the line towards the right ear. He has that. And just by looking at it,
57.
I assume if he misses his target, it will be left of target.
Just returning to your previous point, that was Series 5
93.
into 6, wasn't it? We're now in Series 9, so it's quite a long time since we had that tartan tungsten domination. And there may be one or two who question Andy Bolton's Scottishness as well. Stoke
One out of
on
them.
Clyde, I think he
83.
comes from.
Sorry.
I'm not saying anything about things like that.
Wise move, Paul, wise move.
81.
Well, 1-3-4 for Armstrong when he returns. Richardson looks likely now to leave a finish. All he has to do is stay straight.
95.
And does so.
Darren McCarr, 134.
He likes tops so much, he wanted to hit 2 of them with that checkout.
13. James McCarr, 170.
Made a bit of a mess though, didn't he?
He looked a bit grumpy after that dart.
96.
That's right, James. Just make yourself feel better with dart 3. But he did make a mess of it, and he's made a mess of it once again.
Well, you were mentioning the misses,
15.
the drift.
James Ricard, 74.
Too many drifters for Darren. And now Richardson looking to show his ruthless
He's on the
streak,
third
which he
leg.
does.
James
Clean
Richardson.
combination kill for a break of throw and a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, James is through first. Game on.
What did you make of Stowe bunts over the last 3 days? It wasn't just about the trousers, the shirts,
100.
the hairstyle, or the facial hair. The darts. If I may be true to Stowe,
99.
I think we saw excellent darts from him twice out of 15 games. He won Group A without playing his best,
140.
consistent, day-in, day-out stuff. If he brings anything close to his best on Saturday night, I think
85.
he breezes this.
Yeah, there was certainly style and substance. I think that's a succinct way of putting it. But what also impressed me was the interview he gave
60.
after winning. So laid back, so secure in his own self-belief, to the point where he said he's unlikely to
85.
practice between the end of yesterday and Saturday.
He definitely isn't today. Tomorrow may just need a bit of a loosener.
100.
But he's definitely the most eloquent crane driver or crane operator I've ever met.
140.
But when you're doing it in a
James
naval
Ricard,
yard, I'm
101.
sure the qualifications list he's got is quite extensive. Richardson this time is not leaving tops.
69.
And maybe
Daniel
going back to
Ricard,
double 16
92.
because he hit it very, very well in the previous leg.
$52. James Ricard, 32.
So 3-1 Richardson beckons.
Game
And
shown
that's
on the
exactly
fourth
what it
leg,
is.
James Richardson.
Doubles in this game have been really good.
Fifth leg,
Armstrong
Darren
is
is
just
through
not getting
first.
enough
Game on.
opportunities. And the reason for that is because he is drifting, scoring-wise, a little bit left too often. But if I may pay him
96.
a bit of a compliment somewhat indirectly, there's somebody else who was here in the previous series who had the same problem.
140.
He ended up winning the series in Marvin van Velsen, so he figured it out. There's no reason why Darren can't.
60. $60.
Wasn't pleased with that one whatsoever. Didn't trouble the treble 20 at all with all 3 darts.
94.
But he's still got 6 to 9 darts to get this done.
$96. $57.
I think based on the level that we're seeing from this game, improvement has to be
58.
found. We don't grade people by their first performance ordinarily. If you play well in your first game, like Ricky King did, that's encouraging.
95. James Ricard,
But just because James has got 147 for the win right here, averaging 80. That's actually 84, I do beg your pardon.
83. Daniel Ricard,
Doesn't mean to say there's not
99.
more to find.
Well, you imagine it'll be a 2. Oh, well, he's not gone for tops.
Game shot on the
And he'll
fifth
be
leg. Darren
glad he
Armstrong.
didn't, because he's kept himself in the game. So
Six
intent
leg
on
James
tops. He even
Richardson
stopped
first.
after hitting
Game
the
on.
treble 19, because I think what was in his head was 19 tops. He had to work it out, but he did work it out in the end.
100.
When you put it like that, he must be a Beatles fan.
$64.
Might be a Dennis Priestley fan with the 18 switch in the first visit.
140.
But that drifting into the 5 it has to be minimised over the 2 days he plays in qualifying for Saturday.
140.
Think about it this way. You're costing yourself somewhere between 15 and 55
58
points by drifting left. Even these two, they're in the left half of the 20.
137.
Just got to establish these patterns to figure out where you go in the future. You don't just say, I'm a player who hits a lot of fives.
39.
You have to diagnose it and then move on and
160.
figure out how to fix it.
You might be doing it on the fly. It may be an overcompensation there, but still very much in this match.
42.
Still
James
will
McCall,
be,
164.
unless James Richardson has a showstopper up his sleeve. May use the ball here just to score 64.
64. Daniel McCall, 118.
He doesn't go 18s first, correctly. How's his tops?
78. James McCall, 100.
James will be hoping I'm saying the same thing about him.
60.
He's missed the
Daniel
target
McCall,
with the
40.
second dart at tops by some distance.
Game
And as a
shoulder
result of
six
that
leg,
match
Darren
start missed,
Armstrong.
we go all the way. Over the last 3
Seventh and final
days,
leg, Darren to through
James has
first.
looked really uncomfortable wearing glasses.
Game on.
In the midst of a game that lasts either 4 legs or 7 legs or somewhere in between, he is taking them off repeatedly. He may be playing darts this week,
140.
physically and psychologically uncomfortable because of something he has to wear.
100.
Or you could just take the Ryan Searle approach. Just throw at what you think you can see and see if it works out.
59.
Armstrong may have to think smart here on 302. Starts on the 18s correctly. But
58.
no treble. Leaves Richardson ready to pounce.
140.
And he's definitely quickening up here. Earlier in the week, I was talking about how I think his action is just a little bit swift.
135.
He's not going to be grumbling if he hits this 1-2-1 to break and take the last leg.
And the ball
96. Daniel McCall, 109.
finds the moat around the castle. Well, this is still on.
43.
On that occasion,
James
he got
McCall,
away with
25.
the wayward dart into the 5, but he does give Richardson another opportunity. And he wants double 4. But he can't get
17.
it.
Daniel McCall, 66.
4 match darts missed by James over 2 legs. And Armstrong might pick his pocket.
Game shot on the match.
He's done a very good job there, Darren. He knows that's a game he could easily have lost. But he's picked up 2 bonus points to finish round number 1 as a winner. We've had 3 different results in the first 3 games. And as far as that one is concerned, Darren Armstrong just about gets the win. And the reason? It has to be the doubles. 4 from 6. Very good indeed. We're going to see Ricky King, who was the best player of round 1, coming up next against Fallon Sherrock. Welcome to round 2 here in Group C on Thursday. And what more can we say about the debut match from Ricky King? It was exceptional. It was perfect on the doubles. And I suppose in one way, it was better than perfect. Because he hit 5 doubles in the 4 legs that he won. Average 99. Had a ton plus checkout. Had a maximum. He's almost ticked every box when it comes to his debut match. But this discipline is not about one game. It's about 10 over 2 days.
First leg, Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Not the first king to have played here at the Modus Super Series, and now he's playing the Queen, of course. FALLON SHERROCK, Queen of the Palace, MBE.
140.
And he might not be the last king either. Do you think we may see a Mervyn in years to come?
Well, that's a fascinating
60.
topic right now, because if you look at who's in the World Championship as it stands and who isn't, there are 3 names on everybody's lips.
68.
One is Steve Beaton, because he is retiring at the end of the year. In fact, there's 4, because I want to get into another story in a second. Simon Whitlock
41.
is not in the Players' Championship finals or the Worlds. He can still make it through the last chance qualifier, but if he doesn't make it, it's highly likely
140.
he will be outside the top 64. Mervyn King is the other name,
100. Fallon car 153.
although he's played some pretty decent darts of late. But did you hear the story about Vincent van der Voort in the last 24 hours?
I did, yeah. I did read something.
81.
Taking a gap year, I believe.
Is he going to go to Thailand with a backpack?
43. Fallon car 72.
Or Portsmouth with a darts case. Single 20. And tops.
32.
Or maybe not a darts case for Vincent van der Voort. Very much the Roy Keane of
180.
punditry over in the Netherlands, isn't he? It'd be interesting to get as part of our commentary team.
Yes, please. Double 10. Yes, please.
Game shot on the
There you
first
have
leg.
it.
Fallon Sherrock.
Threw a couple of darts at tops that she wouldn't
Second
have
leg,
liked,
Ricky to throw first.
but the double
Game
10 was
on.
right on cue.
And if he was in the boxes right now, Polly'd just be saying, after that 180,
180.
well, that's his job.
Can we stick Vincent in here with Henry? That would be great fun.
Well, he's
So-
doing a good job here.
180.
Ricky King, on his Modus Super Series debut, not only has had a perfect doubling performance in his
96,
first
Car
match, but now
141.
he's on a 9-darter in his second.
Oh, Ricky, you tease.
89.
But what I really, really like from what I see is that he just doesn't get overly emotional
41.
about the
Ricky
situations
Car
he's in.
52.
He gets 4 out of 4 on the doubles, averages 99, he moves on. He's on a 9-darter, isn't
Game shot
bothered
on the
by it,
second leg.
moves on,
Ricky
hits the
King.
12, and it's 1-1.
Third leg Fallon to throw first. Game on.
This guy might just be like water off a duck's back. And I am seriously impressed. And he's only been on that stage for 7 legs.
140. $123.
They're not that different in age, these two. I wouldn't be surprised if they've been in BDO or WDF ranking event rooms together.
7.
King is 34. Fallon is 30 now. How did that happen?
24.
It's nearly 10 years since she was in a world final.
42.
Yeah, incredible decade it's been for her and the sport of darts since. The impact that she had was global.
58.
Ricky's got a really interesting dart. It's actually not that different to the dart that Fallon uses.
96.
It tapers out from the stem to the middle, and then it tapers back towards the point. Maybe not as pronounced as Fallon's dart is, but as far as shape is concerned, it's the same idea.
60.
Another perfectly pitched one from Ricky King. It really is
105,
impressing
Fallon
here. But Fallon Sherrock,
56.
fair play to her. Same kind of thing against Thomas Lovely. She was there or thereabouts in every leg. Just hasn't been her week, has it?
Not yet. Stay down there. 134 will leave you.
83.
Would have left double 11. She had different
110.
ideas. She was going for the treble 13 for tops. And the thing about going treble 13 with
54.
one dart
Final car,
on
73.
79 is that if you miss the treble, you still need a treble to get to a double with 2 darts. Double 18 with 1.
37. Ricky Carr, 56.
So for the lead. Tops he wants.
Game shot on the third leg.
Tops
Ricky
he gets.
King.
The king leads the queen.
Fourth leg, Ricky to throw first. Game on.
I can't remember someone coming here on debut and being so
96.
accurate on doubles from the off. He's only missed 1.
One out of them, 40.
Yeah, 4 out of 4 in the first match, but 1 was a double-double finish and 2 out of 3 so far in this one.
134.
He has a style as well that a lot of people will call visually appealing.
60.
Because the technique is good. And he doesn't mess around.
Yeah, he's got rhythm, hasn't he?
101.
And he can count quickly as well.
Let's face it, if you're making the 4-man team for the Europe Cup for your country, you can
100.
play it,
Ricky
especially
Carr,
when it comes to
170.
England. And we'll touch on that more in a second.
134.
There's a real assuredness about him. Comfortable in what he's doing. He's taken to the stage like a duck to water.
135. Ricky
It's the
Carr,
second time we've
36.
called him a duck. Double 18 might want a duck.
18.
First time
Fallon
he's
Carr,
failed on the
66.
double, and Fallon has got to take advantage of it.
Gets 2 darts herself.
Game
And
shot
Sherrock
on the
is
fourth leg.
successful
Fallon Sherrock.
in squaring up the match. And again, we mentioned
Fifth leg
it,
Fallon to
the
throw
ability
first.
she's had just to make
on.
sure she's there if they miss. So far, or until that leg, they hadn't missed. But on that occasion, Ricky King did, and Sherrock took full advantage.
58.
Just on that England team, and if I may be fair to the England squad,
94.
they didn't succeed at the Europe Cup, where they have done so many, many times. But just by getting the shirt.
93.
So if you're Paul Milford, who has played here a few weeks back, if you're Scott Mitchell, Cam Crabtree and Ricky, you should be proud that you represented your country.
180.
But if I may be fair, England is judged by very, very high standards. And not getting any
140.
medals, of which being gold medals, that will be a disappointment to that
100.
team.
4 maximums in this match for Ricky King.
60. Ricky Carr, 127. $87.
Fallon might need something like this just to get the lead. And for someone who likes double 18, maybe the 19s was the better player.
59. Ricky Carr, 40.
Double 20.
Getting shot on the 5th leg, Ricky
Still
King.
looking good despite the misses in the previous leg. King
6th leg, Ricky to 3
restores
first.
order
Game on.
and restores the lead.
With a name like Ricky King,
91.
he's got to do something in this sport with that name, hasn't he? It sings. What are your thoughts on England not getting a gold medal at the
60.
Europe Cup?
'Don't have any, really.
140.
I'm just fascinated that over the course of the last 20, 30 years, things like the World Cup, Europe Cup, home nation events with Wales,
60.
Ireland, Scotland, and all that kind of stuff, England have dominated an awful lot. But at the minute, they aren't.
I do have a little theory, and
180.
again, that's a 5th maximum. I think that the best English players are much more likely to be playing on the PDC circuit and therefore ineligible to play than some of the best players from around other parts of
45.
Europe.
Ricky
So
Carr,
is that why
90.
we're getting more international winners here at the Modus Super Series? 72 left for the win. He's got so much time on his
50.
hands to get this done. But I assure you, he will want to get this done quickly to put Fallon in with a record of 2 games played,
60.
2 losses.
Ricky Carr, 40.
And we spoke about how disadvantageous that could be. She'll be needing to win game 3.
30.
She might yet win game 2, but Ricky King will return.
She's been having trouble with that first start. It's been too low. That is something that is going to have to be
96.
fixed ahead of playing James
Ricky
Richardson in
Carr,
round
10.
3.
Eight.
Well, he's left himself in a perilous position now. Fallon Sherrock can pile on some pressure.
Maybe Ricky's had too much time. He was pushed by Crowell in game 2. That's why he was so
42.
sharp,
Ricky
maybe.
Carr, 2.
So double 1 to end it.
Getting
In
shot
it
on the match,
goes.
Ricky King.
The stats won't show how good a display that was because of the double trouble towards the end of the game there, but King crosses the line all the same. A 4-2 win. Congratulated by the official Paul Hinks. King remains in very, very good shape. An average north of 91 still, despite those missed starts at double in that final leg. And he gets his second win, 2 from 2 on debut. Coming next then, the favourite to win the group, Thomas Lovely, takes on James Richardson.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw from Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cal Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg.
It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Game number 5 is coming your way right now, as James Richardson will look to recover after losing 4-3 to Darren Armstrong just a couple of games ago. Whether it's an advantage coming straight back into bat for James, or whether he needed a bit more of a break, it really doesn't matter, because you have to play the schedule you're given. As for Thomas Lovely, he's defeated Fallon Sherrock today by 4-2. And has seen Fallon fall again by that scoreline just now.
Game on.
I would assume that these two know each other extremely well. They don't live that far apart, and they come from
60.
darting dynasties of sorts, because this time it's not father versus son, but it's a father versus a son.
45.
And we've just seen, as you mentioned, Ricky King win for the second time, Fallon Sherrock lose for the second time. Well,
85.
James Richardson was pipped at the post by Darren Armstrong, and Thomas Lovely won his opening match against Fallon Sherrock, so we could get early separation in this group if Lovely wins this and then Armstrong gets the better of Crowell. We would have 3 players on 4, 3 players on 0.
55.
After 2 rounds of play, the last thing you want to be is completely separated from the people vying for the top 2 spots. But that could happen. And we're getting plenty of maximums so far today. That is our 8th.
134.
But to be fair to Ricky King, he's got 6 of them.
136.
And he had 5 in the previous game, which is the first time this week we've seen 5 hit by anybody in a match.
115.
That's not the first time we've seen somebody hit a double going for a single this week.
80. Thomas Ricard, 21.
2 8s.
Getting shot on the first leg. Thomas Lovely.
I wonder if he's still the favourite after what Ricky King's done in the first couple of rounds. Well, it may just be those 2 who progress.
That'd be some turnaround, wouldn't it?
Game on.
From Ricky King. Remember, 18-1 outsider could be regarded as the favourite within a couple of games.
140.
I'll tell you what, Murph, it's really going off at the World Masters.
60.
Connor Scott's in the semi-finals. He's just beaten Jason Brandon with 110 average. Who's going to stop him?
For all those types of tournaments,
140.
the Modus Super Series is a great guide to who might be successful, isn't it?
Do you know what? There's a lot of us think that Connor Scott is not going to be without a tour card next year. He may go to the World Championship this year still as a Modus Super Series champion, because I'm sure he's going to be here in this series. He could go there as a World Master and the top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. He is a seriously impressive individual.
54. Thomas
and
Ricard,
people like Thomas, they're aspiring to be as good as Connor.
Oh, that is superb. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, look at the back of his shirt.
Like James
that was
first. Game on.
Simply lovely. Has he been hanging out with Steve West getting a nickname like that?
40.
And what's going to be next? Simply Richardson.
He could have done a lot more with Lovely, to be fair, couldn't he?
95.
Absolutely right. I wish my second name was Irresistible. I know what my walk-on song would be.
One of them.
We have a friend and colleague in the world of darts whose surname is Perfect. No, literally, perfect.
125.
That's such a nice word, isn't it?
45.
And it was categorised probably the best by Rowan Atkinson in Love Actually. Lovely. That famous scene
57.
with Alan Rickman. Oh, this is not a bag, sir.
And the latest
100.
no context Paul Nicholson clip has just been produced.
Well, Rowan Atkinson is a god. And he's a Geordie.
60.
Well, on the 130 checkout, we saw Thomas Lovely hit a treble 20 and hit a treble 18.
45.
If he does that again,
Thomas
he'll get a poke at the bullseye.
164.
Opted for a different route.
124. James McCann, 131.
He has got this game by the scruff of the neck if James doesn't find this. And Lovely is playing better than Lovely.
91. Thomas McCann, 40.
This is outstanding.
Tops he wants, in it
He's on the third
goes, and
leg.
he
Thomas
continues this fabulous performance. Look how good it is.
Fourth leg,
And
Thomas
look
to
at the
serve
gulf
first.
between
Game
them,
on.
which is reflected not only in the averages, but on the leg count as well.
Thomas's best performance on stage here in
140.
Portsmouth is a shade over 100. 100.1 to be exact.
60.
He may be on course in this game to break 2 personal bests. He might have his best
100.
average in a game here at the Modus Super Series, and he's already beaten his personal best finish of 112.
96.
He's not the favourite for nothing, but at the minute, he might be turning into the player that he's always thought he could be.
45.
He had quite confidence about him this morning when we spoke to him. Just wanted to get on one game at a time.
96.
Take care of business, no targets, no focus on needing to do this or that. And that was quite the same school of thought of Stowe Bunce, wasn't it? Who had no idea what the table looked like at any point of the 3 days in Group A.
He was too busy enjoying the
60.
company of the players and enjoying the action.
And we're enjoying this reaction from Thomas Lovely to what he's seen
41.
from Ricky
Thomas
King.
McCann, 156. $96.
He's pitched his tent very well. Doubles wise, he is perfect. And in the background, he looks about as troubled
58. Thomas McCann, 60.
as a squirrel with his own tree.
So double top for the whitewash. Double 10. You'd expect
40.
to be back.
James McCann, 150.
150 couldn't save Fallon Sherrock in the previous game.
100.
And it can't save
Thomas
James
McCann,
either.
20.
Double 10.
Getting shot on the match.
Found
Thomas
by
Lovely.
Thomas Lovely for a premier performance. He really did turn on the style in that one and lived up to his favourite billing in Group C. The 5th game goes away of Lovely, the favourite to win the group, and he's done it without dropping a leg. 98.56 the average, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, including a superb 130 checkout. A 4-0 success, and he makes it 2 from 2. Darren Armstrong is hoping to do the same when he takes on Nick Crowell after the break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! That's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he is absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the lovely live lounge where Thomas Lovely has just produced a lovely performance on a lovely day here in Portsmouth. And will it be even lovelier for Darren Armstrong, who's looking to do what Thomas and Ricky King have done, and that's win the first two matches. Sherrock and Richardson have both tasted defeat in each of their opening count, and if that carries on here, then we will see all three of the players who transferred in from Group A beaten in both of their games so far. Freshness seems to be overcoming familiarity so far, Paul.
First leg, Nick to through first. Game on.
The Group A squad need Nick to get the victory, to hold up the flag for the people playing in the first 3 days of the week. Otherwise,
80.
We might see a great deal of separation by the end of the day. Having said that, Darren
85
will be very philosophical in saying that getting 2 points against James was quite fortunate. He got chances that maybe he didn't think he was going to get.
135.
But without a doubt, Thomas Lovely and Ricky King have stolen the headlines today.
134.
Yeah, they don't play each other till the penultimate match of the day either.
136.
Get the sense that both of them could have been 4 from 4 by then, and whoever wins that, if they go on to win the
34. Nick
subsequent
Ricard,
fixture in
150.
their first match on Friday, could pretty much find themselves through with 4 games to spare.
Hello?
114.
He does have the capability of shots like that. We've seen it already this week.
$140. Nick Ricard, 36.
Now he might have to hit it. Double 9.
18.
Well, this will be another
Daniel
steal.
Carr, 108.
That's been his MO so far today. Should wear a stripy jumper, but he can't quite make off with a swag at the end of that leg.
Keep your own swag, Nick. Traverse the board to double 4.
14.
He is letting this slip.
35.
Well, it's no longer a burglary, more a gift, isn't it?
Double 12.
Game shot on the first leg.
And he does find the mark. So there you go. The proof in the pudding is that you can have a great start to a leg, but unless you finish it, your opponent might take it away from you.
Game on.
Let's face it, the Dutch have had a bit of a dismal darting week. You look at the World Grand Prix, Van Gerwen out
57.
at the hands of Daryl Gurney. Danny Noppert out. Some of their bigger hitters didn't even make the tournament. Van Barneveld was taken out as well.
36.
The sole Dutch player here, Nick Crowell, is in Group C and has to work very, very hard to make Saturday
85.
night. But at least they've got 3 names in the quarterfinals of the World Masters. Corné Grunewald, Jimmy Van Schie and Wesley Plaisir. And all
60.
3 of them have had a really big impact on this place this year. No coincidence, really, is it?
100.
Absolutely not. This has provided not just a tournament in its own right for players to
55.
succeed in and to have on their CV, but an incredible amount of purposeful, competitive practice, match practice that just can't really be got
100.
to the same level anywhere else with the same intensity on a stage, full production in front of cameras.
60.
Well, if I may talk about another Dutch player, I remember when Danny van Tripe was playing
99.
in our Southampton studio, and when he came here as well. He then went on to play Steve Beaton at the World Championship a couple of years ago, and people wrote him off.
85.
But there was some of us saying,
60.
because he's had this experience, he might be stronger. And he ended up winning the game 3-0.
Strong
Game
stuff
shot
from
on the second
Armstrong,
leg. Darren Armstrong.
who doubles his advantage in this one.
Third leg nicked it through first. Game on.
So it does look like we're going to get that situation where we're going to have the same winners from the first 2 rounds of fixtures. And you already start to worry for the bottom 3.
60.
If that is to be the case, at least in Game 7, one of the bottom 3 is going to get off the
100.
mark as Sherrock plays James Richardson. And then Ricky King takes on Armstrong in the middle match, meaning someone will definitely
100.
stay on 4 points, but one of them obviously goes to 6. The biggest game, really, of round 3 is Thomas
93.
Lovely against the Dutchman. Because that's someone who could have lost twice against someone who was already won twice.
136.
But darts is not predictable, is it? Because on Monday, Crowell had a bad start.
58.
And he ended up beating Fallon Sherrock after that. And then we started looking at him differently.
60.
Only 60 there, though, so although he's on a finish first, he hasn't got a healthy advantage.
60.
Armstrong,
Nick
though, can't get near him on this
145.
occasion. So 6 darts from 145 for Crowell to get off the mark in a match where he's already missed 6 darts to win 1 leg.
Well, he loves that treble 15. He did something earlier in the week that really got my attention. It had me thinking for a couple of days.
41.
When he left 175, he went for 3 treble 15s to leave tops. That's next level thinking. It's like having 202 and going for 3 treble 18s to leave tops.
Treble 16 is found. The single will be the next requirement, and that leaves tops. But he can't hit
64.
tops.
Down in your
So a
car,
chance for a showpiece shot
125.
here.
Double top. Oh,
85.
so
Hit your
close
car,
to
40.
3-0. Can't miss this time.
35.
And the triple
Down
split
your
is
car,
never a good
40.
thing.
Should be able to crash into those two barrels.
No score.
But he's got
Hit
the
your
wrong
car,
side.
5.
Unfortunate there.
Knocking on the door 4 times, but nobody's home.
That's only just in the single. I think it's causing him a problem for the double as well.
No score. Down in your car, 40.
This will be for yet another fortunate break of throw.
Game
And he gets
shot
it
on the
this
third
time.
leg. Darren Armstrong.
If we were to interview Darren right
Go for
now,
Darren to
it
throw
would be
first.
for a really interesting interview because he will feel that people are handing him gifts.
Game on.
A 30% on doubles this week is about what we've been
136.
getting, albeit I think it was a little bit better yesterday.
2 legs in which Crowell has missed half a dozen darts at double. You feel he should be winning the
81.
match. But not only are we seeing the winners from the first set of fixtures win again, we might be seeing the first 2 and whitewash wins in their second
80.
encounters.
Just touching on the doubles percentages of yesterday, Stowbunce 37%. That was 6% better than anybody else. Monday,
79.
Tuesday and Wednesday, between 30 and 31% every day. I'm going to hazard a guess that Group C and Group B will be
78.
better than that in at least 3 of the 4 sessions.
$32.
And this one's getting away from Nick very quickly.
$95.
112 to win it when he comes back.
$92. Down in the car, 112.
I'm too busy trying to figure out why he went the bullseye with the second dart. That one's got me perplexed. And Darren looks a bit perplexed as well. I would say if Nick was on a finish, fair enough. But going treble 18 there,
48.
not sure.
Hasn't opened the door, has he, for Nick here, but maybe the garden gate.
$139. Daruka, 64.
Let's see if somebody's home. Tops again.
Game shot on the match.
He
Darren
closes the
Armstrong.
door and gets a second win from 2 games, this time by a much wider margin. And Darren Armstrong is vaulting his way up the table with Ricky King and Thomas Lovely. And the weekly debutants, people who haven't played this week already, are having it all their own way. Didn't have to be brilliant, he just had to be good enough. And good enough is always good enough. 4-0 win for Darren, and now we go into round number 3.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on Thursday, where we've seen in the first couple of rounds of fixtures the same players getting the victories. Thomas Lovely, Ricky King and Darren Armstrong all following up their opening wins with victories in the second set of fixtures. King over Fallon Sherrock, and then two whitewashers as Thomas Lovely and Darren Armstrong got the better of James Richardson and Nick Crowell without losing a leg. And that means no points for Crowell, Richardson or Sherrock. Armstrong, King and Lovely all have 4 apiece. But that will change in this next match as Sherrock and Richardson go head-to-head. And one of them will be relieved to get off the mark. The question is which one? We'll find out over the best of 7 legs.
What did we find out from the numbers in the first couple of games that could tell us who's going to win this match then? Sherrock's averages 76 and 79, but moving in the right direction. Richardson, 84.5, then 79 himself, so he's moving in the wrong direction. Sherrock's got the darts as well.
Fallon through first. Game on.
And if you look at the trend of their head-to-heads for the week, Fallon won the first game. Richardson has
56.
won the next 2. So it's a little bit of everything. This could well be a 50-50 match that goes all the way to 7 legs.
He will probably feel that he should have got points already, that he should have won the match against Darren Armstrong. He missed 4 match starts to do so. With Fallon Sherrock, although she hasn't been to a last leg decider, she's lost both of her games 4-2 and has been in positions to, well, not just lead matches, but really take control of them. It's Richardson who's taking control here.
140.
5 perfect darts before the 6th one flies a little.
He is flying around the stage as
96.
well. Usually a sign of confidence when someone is eagerly awaiting getting back
43.
to the Oki mark.
$99. James McCarr, 138.
Famous shot during Grand Prix week. He's not going to take it this time, but very well positioned if this doesn't go.
And it won't go again, the dart dropping low. That has been the issue so far, the main issue for Fallon Sherrock.
134, James McCarr,
not finding that range on the treble 20. Did so on the treble 19 to set up double 18. And she will get a shot at it.
30. Fallon McCarr, 36.
Is this the first time she's hit it today?
Game
yes, it is.
First leg, Fallon Sherrock.
So in keeping with the first game that Richardson played this afternoon,
Game on.
He's getting chances and letting them slip. Coincidentally, Sherrock has never had a 170 checkout on this stage.
27.
Not yet, at least.
Well, she's had one on the Grand Slam stage. Remember that one.
100.
I think everybody does. The timing of that 170.
100.
It's up there with one of the best ever hit.
And she'll be hoping to get there again, but she's got work to do. The battle is between
25.
her and Noelyn van Leuven at the Women's Series next weekend. This weekend, it might be the battle at the Super Series.
41.
That would be something, wouldn't it? Come Saturday night. Those two in the final. Looking to become the second female winner.
Yeah, don't forget, you could be here as well. Tickets, as always, available for Super Series Saturday's finals night. Admission is
117.
free, but for a £2 booking fee. Go to dartshop.tv or scan that QR code to secure yours.
140.
Don't forget, if you want to come here for weeks 9 or 10 in this series, you'll get a double dose of darts because the ADC Tour finals are going to be here on the Saturday afternoons.
100.
So you can get 2 for the price of 1 when it comes to those weeks. Well, that is a bit of a slip. She was going for the treble 16, I assure you. But that leaves 35. Double 16.
40. James McCarr, 116.
Can he get past that? He can't. But sailed over the top.
56. Fallon McCarr, 16.
So to double her advantage and to leave
Game shot on the second
James
leg. Fallon
Richardson here on a
Sherrock.
really unwanted losing streak. Leg after leg.
Third leg Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Lost his last match 4-0. Did James Richardson to Thomas Lovely.
140.
Darts is hard. And in most cases, as you get a little bit older, it does get tougher. Maybe with the exception of a few, like Steve Beaton and Paul Lim, who keeps winning at the age of 70. But when you're constantly up against younger competition, hungry competition at that,
99.
darts has never been as hard as this at every level.
57. 162. Final card 164.
Well, to end a
54.
leg losing
James
streak,
McCarr,
Richardson
100.
has put in a fantastic front nine here.
Is this the right time to be going for two double tops? I think it's a 50-50 call.
80. Fallon McCarr 110.
If Fallon was sitting on 36 or 32, or any double with three darts, I would have said yes. The fact that he's left double 10
50.
with
James
three
McCarr,
darts,
20.
that is to his credit.
Game shot on the third
Now
leg.
the leg
James
losing
Richardson.
streak is over.
Fourth leg James to throw first. Game on.
And that was a breaker throw as well. So this to get the game back with the darts. And again, he's racing out of the blocks.
140.
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Henry Deacon earlier in the week. You were there when Fallon was going through all of that stuff in 2019. That was days after Richardson had beaten Mikuru Suzuki by the finest of margins in a World Championship match.
60.
If Richardson beats Suzuki and Sherrock still beats Everts, is it still the same
93.
as it was? Is it less or is it greater than what happened?
Good question. I think probably slightly less for Fallon herself,
180.
but probably greater for darts. The attention. The one thing that probably would have helped Fallon still get somewhere near the
140.
same
James McCarr,
coverage, particularly in
121.
the UK, is Mikuru Suzuki not speaking English.
81.
She does. She just doesn't speak a lot of it.
However, would we have seen something different? Would we have seen darts really explode in another region of the world?
134. James McCarr 40.
I said that after she won her first world title. We're still feeling the effects of Suzuki. What are we feeling here in leg 4?
20. Fallon McCarr 56.
Things might be going back to a two-leg cushion.
Double top.
Game shot on the
Two-leg
fourth
cushion
leg. Fallon Sherrock.
restored. Yeah, it was Richardson who put paid to that
Fifth
for
leg
Mikuru
Fallon to
Suzuki.
throw
His
first.
most
Game on.
famous Ali Pali antics, though, remain his first when he surprised the crowd with that wonderful Vindaloo walk-on and then beat Barney on the big stage.
134.
Do you remember who he beat after that? Oh, sorry, who he lost to in the next round?
Oh, now you're testing me. Was it you?
85.
He was in the same section of the draw. And that gives you a clue.
Right, I need to start going down memory lane now. What year was that? That
51.
was 2011? 2010?
It was the 2012 championship.
Oh, so it was in 2011, the 2012 championship.
100.
Bear with me. I'm not going to Google.
Grrr.
90.
I'm bearing with him.
$125.
Sherrock only needs 6 more darts to get this match won. Got to think about this. 185. Bull, maybe?
56.
That's not a bad plan. She's never had one before.
66.
On this stage. No time like the present.
170.
That is really good.
James
And now
McCall,
James has to hit
125.
this. Otherwise, he risks a 3rd straight loss, which might be coming his way in as little as 10 seconds.
55.
It doesn't hit it.
36.
Sherrock will take aim at double 18 again, and she pins it again, and she wins for the first time today, condemning James Richardson to a 3rd straight defeat. One that sees him now perilously placed at the bottom of the table, and maybe without another mistake to make. Sherrock gets some light relief after losing her first 2 games and gets a win. The performances were decent, but Richardson struggled to hit a double. Only 1 out of 8 there. 4 out of 7 in comparison by FALLON SHERROCK, who is the first of the pair to pick up points. Coming next, the exciting talent Ricky King takes on Darren Armstrong. Well, darts is a game of winners and losers, and in the last match, one of the losers won, and in this one of the winners will lose, because the 2 players who are unbeaten in this group, or 2 of the players unbeaten in this group, I should say, because Thomas Lovely also is, but Ricky King and Darren Armstrong now go head-to-head, and one of their perfect records will become blemished at the end of this encounter. you'd have to say, based on what we've seen
First leg, Ricky
so
to throw
far
first.
from each player, Paul, that you would expect King
Game on.
to get the job done in this one.
Yes, and he has the throw in the odd-numbered legs as well. What has transpired
28.
so far today is nothing short of brilliant for Ricky. Averages of 99 and just
40.
about 92. But like I said, that's what he's done before. That's no
140.
guarantee of what he will do next. But the signs are good. And the doubles today from King have been,
98.
at times, very assured. In fact, that 92 average in the second game against Sherrock, that could have been a lot more
59.
had his match dart been hit a bit sooner.
$137.
Square one circle from the previous game. If you were sat shouting at your device, Kim Hybrex, and you would have been right. That was the player
58.
Paul was referring to about who James Richardson played after beating Raymond van Barneveld at the World Championship.
Yeah, Kim, the Belgian number 2, or is he the number 3 now? Dimitri and Dedeker.
Yeah, you're right. He's number
28.
3.
Yeah, it's
now.
a big day in darts, in fact, because Gezi Price is now the Welsh number 2. Johnny Clayton's the Welsh number 1 now.
140.
Who's going to be the number 1 over the course of this week then?
Well, whoever wins this match will be number 1
Ricky Carr,
in the Group
76.
C table. And Ricky King gets a go at 76 with Armstrong waiting.
Game shot on the first leg. Ricky King.
Well, he can wait all he likes, but he's not going to get a chance.
Second leg, Darren to throw first. Game on.
Let's face facts, right? We knew about certain players well before the mainstream. We were going on about Littler
96.
before anybody was going on about him at World Championships and World Series events and things like that. But there are
85.
also people who knew about him before us. As far as Ricky's concerned, if he goes on to do great stuff
100.
and he wins this week and he goes on to have great times, we could say we knew a bit about him before he made it bigger. Because it's possible doing things like that.
180.
But we were told, and we should pay homage to Scott Mitchell, he said this guy can play.
90.
And he doesn't say that about everybody. He said it about Tommy Morris, he said it about Ricky, and that's about it.
60.
He may be biased, but he's right.
We can see the expectations that King has for himself when he winced at the score of 60 then.
90. $41.
It is a chance for Darren, though.
Darren Carr, 125.
So far today, he's been given a fair few opportunities. Now, what do you want to do, Darren? Do you want to go all Hollywood on us? Oh, he's too good.
Well, he's just hit 3 bullseyes in a row. Bullseye to set up the 125 and then 2 bullseyes when trying to take it out. Oh, and a bullseye to finish that would have really rubbed salt into the wound, wouldn't it?
Darren Carr, 24.
Can he equalise? He does.
Game
That was a
shot on the
very
second leg.
important
Darren
dart.
Armstrong.
Because the last thing you want to do is give Ricky a
Ricky
shot at
to
72,
reverse. Game on.
considering he's already taken out 76.
$100.
There are many different types of dart players, and I love that about this sport. It's the same as any other individual sport. You might go into the boxing ring or to the
59.
golf course, and you have an opportunity to express yourself with your talent and how you conduct yourself.
100.
Stowe Bunce this week has worn more colours than I can even mention. But then you look at Ricky.
125.
He comes in dressed all in black like Gary Player or Johnny Cash, and he does it in a more understated way.
60.
Showing that darts can be done in many different ways.
$97.
That first start is just starting to drop into that small 20 a bit more.
85.
He's still able to find one with the last one to leave a finish.
$100. Ricky Carr, 156.
Just drifts wide, allowing Armstrong a look at the 120.
94. Darren Carr, 120.
Perfect start. And now, oh, he's bounced it
85.
off that dart that was
Ricky Carr,
standing up
62.
in the single. But it's a missed dart to break the throw. And Ricky King usually punishes.
30.
Not on this occasion.
Daniel Carr, 35.
Okay. So that leaves 23. You can't leave double 12 anymore.
No, 13, wasn't it?
Game shot on the third
Yeah,
leg.
double
Darren
4
Armstrong.
found.
He had me flummoxed.
Fourth leg Darren.
It's a
to
good job he
first.
wasn't. But how often do you see someone on 35? You don't. How often do you see someone on 13? Not very often at all. But him being 2-1 up in this game,
62.
this is a turn up for the books.
Yeah, the 35 and then going the 11 for double 12 route. Drifting into the double, but
125.
he's had this little habit, hasn't he, of finding things in a row in this game. 2 doubles there, although one of them unwanted. 3 bullseyes in
60.
the previous leg, although one of them unwanted.
If things keep transpiring this way, I'm going to take Darren Armstrong on an Easter egg
98.
hunt because he would find everything.
Paul's made the point again. Even when his
95.
darts are in the 20, they're all across to the left.
$100.
Makes you wonder if he doesn't practice on a board at home that's not quite straight.
Brings up an
100.
interesting point, that, you know, because I was told when I was younger that your practice board at home shouldn't be perfect.
140.
It should be a little bit high and a little bit long.
100.
You might
why
think that's
yours-
counterproductive, but
58.
there's reason in that madness.
That's why yours is on the ceiling, Paul.
Game shot on the fourth
Well,
leg.
Ricky King wasn't on the floor for too long in this match. A 13 dart response to
Fifth
losing
leg,
that
Ricky
previous
deserves
leg, and
first.
it's all square at 2-2.
If he keeps playing like this,
Game
he's
on.
going to be dancing on the ceiling. You know it's Christmas time when Dancing on the Ceiling's playing at Alexandra Palace,
81.
because that's one of the regular tracks they play there. And we're getting increasingly closer
134.
to the final act when it comes to the Modus Super Series just before Christmas this year. It's the middle of October, but
135.
we are already looking forward to December the 7th. That will be Champions Night, and that night we will crown the last champion of 2024.
Yeah, tickets available for that at dartshop.tv. Also, following that, 2 weeks of the inaugural ADC Global Championships, and you can get your tickets to the weekly
100.
finals and the grand final on the Sunday. I can confirm they're going to go on sale next week. So we will give you a reminder, give you a
140.
nudge. We do have a few players already qualified. May run through some of those in the next leg, which
Darren
could be
Carr,
coming imminently.
130.
Does he want another? Does he want another bull?
105. Ricky Carr, 95.
I'm not going to be unfair to Darren there. He did miss it left. I'm not going to say that one drifted, but that
Game
is
shot on the
wonderful
fifth
from
leg,
Ricky King. That leg out like a light.
6 leg Darren to through first.
13 data followed by
Game on.
14 data. Yeah, we had an update from ADC Europe on players that have qualified from their criteria. And the
58.
win more Belgian Darts Tour qualifiers, Brian Roman. Eastern European Festival winner, Sebastian Białecki.
58.
ADC Benelux Open champion is a Super Series champion in Marvin van Velzen. And we're also going to get a look at Tony
96.
Martinez as well, who won a ADC EU member qualifier.
There's some good darts in there.
134.
Yeah, we'll keep filling you in when more places are confirmed, but it's looking like you're going to be guaranteed some really good
28.
finals nights and that grand finals. A new concept, and we're pleased to host it here.
59.
Pretty much an amateur world championship as the professional world championship gets underway.
Pretty much.
96.
Can King get himself onto a finish?
100.
He does. It is the equivalent of 3 bullseyes. He's not going to do an Andy Hamilton here, I assure you of that.
100.
Should hand his darts to Darren and let him take it out for him. It's not going to go that spectacular route, but he is going to leave himself very well placed. 74, he just gets confirmation from Paul Hinks.
90. Down on your car, 123.
He looks really comfortable on that stage. Darren is probably going to be feeling uncomfortable
42.
for the first time
Leave your car, 60.
since his first game and facing a possible loss, which he has.
Game shot on the match.
Wonderfully done by Ricky King, who is someone who likes to race through the tape. He's the first person to 6 points in the table because in the first 3 rounds, he has not lost. And he has not averaged under 91 in his first 3 matches. There you see 80% on the doubles, which isn't even his best effort on doubles today. Incredible debut day for the man from Dorset. When we come back, Thomas Lovely will be looking to close out round 3 with a win over Mr. Crowell.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where now I suppose it's time for the response, isn't it? Thomas Lovely looking to keep up the heat on Ricky King. The pair of them remain unbeaten. King now free from 3 and Lovely looking to do the same. His task here is to defeat Nick Crowell, who has lost both his fixtures so far. In fact, won just one leg from the 9 he's played on Thursday in Group C. And Lovely, well, has played some lovely stuff. A victory against FALLON SHERROCK in his opener 4-2 and then a 4-0 win against James Richardson. He's looking to return to the top of the table
First leg, Thomas to
with
throw
parity
first.
on points
Game on.
with Ricky King with a win in this one. And the evidence suggests that, well, there can't be another outcome, can there?
100.
Of course they can, because the odds compilers had Ricky King as the outsider in this group at 18-1. That looks a little bit silly now, doesn't it?
40.
But to go with what you've just said, Lovely for me is a heavy favourite in this game. He's playing really nicely.
100.
He will be aware of what Nick can do, but he will believe that he's got more in his arsenal than Nick at this point in time.
100.
He's just got on with business himself. Thomas Lovely.
140.
Expecting to return to finals night.
He's got so much confidence in that throw at the minute, and if I may say so, from a technical standpoint,
41.
it is a throw that is improving.
161.
There was a fair bit of swaying on that throw in times gone by.
129.
The shoulders, when he throws, they tend to shift from right to left in a rotational movement. That has been minimised
81.
over the last year.
32.
Hence, he's much better.
Game shot on the first
Oh, that's
leg,
brilliant.
Thomas
A
Lovely.
fantastic start. 13 dart hold to pile
Second leg,
the
Nick to throw
pressure
first.
on
Game
Crowell.
on.
Do you think Thomas has missed an open goal with his nickname? He should have called himself Lovely Jubbly.
I did have a bit of an issue with his dad when
81.
he qualified for a European Tour event, and we were all thinking, what walk-on song could he come out to? There were so many options. Lovely Day.
100.
Isn't she lovely? All that type of thing. And do you know what he walked out to? You Give Love a Bad Name.
100.
Awful. Awful choice. There's only one person who has ever walked out to Bon Jovi and it's been a good thing.
59.
That's Adam Hookvale with Bad Medicine, because his nickname is Bad Medicine. Because he's a pharmaceutical rep.
45.
Yeah, not a good one.
I hate it when people miss open goals like that.
134.
It's like Simon Stevenson, the Mirror Man, and he didn't walk out to the Mirror Man. Oh, Here Comes the Mirror Man, I think that's what it was called.
$65.
Yeah, I think there was I know he's a good friend of yours, but the other one, the biggest open goal, is Steve West, isn't it? Who has the nickname Simply
44.
the West and doesn't walk out to Simply the Best.
I thought you were going to say Go West by the Pet Shop Boys.
Well, if he went for the nickname Go, then yes.
Yeah.
59.
Could be that Pet Shop
Thomas
Boys
O'Carr,
track, or
164.
anything by Go West, including Call Me by Go West, which is one of the greatest songs ever.
Well, Lovely, seemingly determined to stay
60.
north
Nick O'Carr,
on
151.
that occasion. Didn't have to.
Oh, stop doing it, Murph. The last thing we need is a Simply North.
51.
Now, what does Thomas do on
Thomas O'Carr,
104?
104.
So many options. The 54's blocked. Should he have gone 60 for double 13?
56. Nick O'Carr, 100.
Well, I think that question will be answered by what Nick Crowell does here. No, he could have done whatever he liked.
40. Thomas McCarr, 48.
Thomas can do whatever he wants here. Double 16.
And he laid down a marker for it, didn't he?
32. Nick McCarr,
Hasn't
60.
hit, so Crowell will return. 20 for tops.
Getting shot on the second leg.
Every
Nick
now and
Crowell.
again, he reminds you that this guy can play darts.
Third leg, Thomas to throw first. Game on.
The Green Devils have got a player here. They've got some really cool teams in the Netherlands and Belgium, haven't they?
60.
Just touching on Dutch players once again, we were having a look at the World Masters results in the break. And Wesley Plaisir, in the last 2 rounds, he's won the last 3 legs against Barry
60.
Copeland to get through. And then against Jimmy Van Schie in the quarters, won the last 4 legs to get through. In last leg deciders.
180.
Well, simply red there for Thomas. All 3 in the treble 20 bed.
140.
Well, by the end of the week, if you win, money's not going to be too tight to mention. So,
30.
oh, well, maybe it is too tight to mention.
Aim for the stars, Paul.
We could go on about this all day.
58.
2 big Simply Red fans in the commentary box.
How important was the leg that Crowell just won? Because it is his
100.
first leg for the best part of 2 hours.
He's a hard guy to read. But I'm sure when he came here on Monday morning, he was thinking, by Thursday or Friday, I'd like to be in contention to make Saturday.
79.
But when you have a bad
Thomas McCarr,
spell on a Thursday
131.
early afternoon, you're going to find yourself chasing for the rest of the week.
We've had this conversation many times. You can have your good days on the
41.
wrong days
Nick
when you're here
McCarr,
for 5 days at the
164.
Super Series.
$98.
I think that
Thomas
treble
McCarr,
20 from
90.
Crowell changes the approach for Lovely on this 90.
He goes treble 20 for double 15, which he fails to
75.
find. And suddenly
McCarr,
Crowell
66.
could creep in front.
Did you just quote Radiohead?
$48.
Oh,
Thomas
no.
McCarr, 15.
Now I smell danger.
Choices. Double 4.
Game shot on the third leg. Thomas
Danger
Lovely.
delivered. And the opportunity that Crowell had
Fourth leg, Nick to throw
disappears as
first.
quick as it
Game on.
came.
I've got the lyrics to Creep by Radiohead going through my head now. Trying to figure out if any of them are darts related.
100.
I'm not sure they are. Let's move on. A win for Lovely gets him on 6 points like Ricky King.
58.
And Crowell would be on 0 just like James Richardson. They play each other to start the final round today.
57.
There is a possibility that when that game starts, neither Nick or James will have a point. If that's the case,
100.
they're not going to qualify for Saturday from that position. Not the way that Thomas and Darren and Ricky are playing.
Well, the interesting one is FALLON SHERROCK, isn't it? Because having lost her first 2 matches, she's since gone on to get a win against James Richardson and plays Nick Crowell in her next match. So suddenly she could find herself
83.
at least clinging to the coattails of the players at the top of the table.
Yeah, I can still see Fallon walking away from today with 6 points. Based on how the rest of the day
60.
is working out.
Going to see that match against Nick in a couple of games' time. Between that and this,
100.
it's going to be James Richardson against Ricky King, who continues to set this place alight on his debut.
I thought all week that Nick's surname sounds Welsh.
90.
It would
Thomas
just be
McCarr, 160.
said better by a Welsh person as well. Crowell.
$60. Nick Drucker, 150.
Which route does he employ here? Which route does he employ now?
132.
Almost found his destination.
Almost deadly from the Green Devil. Tops for lovely.
80.
Not
Nick
so
Drucker,
lovely.
18.
He's had plenty of chances in this game. He's had 8 dots at double. Only hit the 2.
Game
And
shot
as
on
a
the
result
fourth
of
leg,
that,
Nick Crowell.
instead of winning this match, it's all square.
Fifth leg Thomas to throw first. Game on.
You can't afford to think that this game should be finished.
140.
You have to stick to your task. And if you can still win it, it's almost a better victory than dominating somebody. Because you feel better that you were tested.
140.
Not just by your opponent, but by your own feelings.
$100.
You've heard that saying of Richie Burnett.
I've heard a lot of sayings from Richie Bennett, but tell us which one.
He lost 6-3, but he should have won
60.
9-0. They're the kind of games that you always remember, because when you're getting lots of opportunities like Thomas is, and you're
100.
not closing it out with sharpness, you are going to invite your opponent in to steal from your pocket. And that seems to me like Nick is doing that.
59.
He's not
Thomas
dominating
Ricard,
Thomas at all.
161.
He's just waiting for chances if they come.
Set up here from Thomas Lovely.
134.
Didn't quite go to plan. I'm glad you chose that saying, by the way. I thought you were going to go down the route of all you need is a TV, a sofa, and a toilet.
100. Thomas Ricard,
You're trying to tell me that's
27.
how they modelled that Foster's advert? It was on Richie Burnett. 88.
11. Nick Ricard,
Now it's questionable as to whether he's
142.
coming back. It's like an injury in the NFL. Questionable to return. Get him back on the field.
56. Thomas Ricard, 16.
Oh, that's just such an awkward marker.
Game shot on the
But at
fifth
least
leg,
he knows how
Thomas
his darts
Lovely.
behave, and going straight over the top was the right thing to do for a 3-2 lead.
Sixth leg Nick to throw first. Game on.
Well, if he does win this, he will have felt he's been given a game, and I'm afraid to say it, one of the reasons is
41.
that his level has dropped somewhat in this one.
Yeah, that's fair. It's been a bit up and down today from Thomas. 83 was his first average, even though he won 4-2. He's operating at that same level again, albeit with that 98.5 average in the middle.
I was listening to a fascinating
97.
interview with Ryan Joyce yesterday, and he said every dart player in the world wants to know the answer to the question, how do you stay at your top
100.
level all the time? I'm not sure anyone has really mastered it yet. Even the dominant players
95.
tend to have a match in a tournament where they get away with it before they go on and take the silverware. And Super Series is a great example, because we see over the course of a 4 to 5 hour spell fluctuation in averages game by game up to 40 points at times.
Can I quote Bagger Vance?
Well, I'm sure you will. Continue.
It's
41.
a game that can't be perfected. It can only be played. Somewhat philosophical.
46.
By a fictitious character. But it makes sense, because you can't perfect this game. You just have to play it.
57. Thomas Ricard, 165.
Easy to play, difficult to play well.
97. Nick Ricard, 170.
This would be some save. This would be Edwin van der Sar-esque.
98. Thomas Ricard, 58.
So, for a hard-fought win.
$38.
Not yet
Nick
there,
Ricard,
and there could be
72.
another leg in this game.
He's had 14 darts at a double now. Nick is looking at his 5th.
52. Thomas
Might be the
Ricard,
right time to put
20.
him away before he gets too confident. I've taken this one 4-3. Put him away, Thomas.
Getting shot on the match.
And he
Thomas
does
Lovely.
indeed do that in the end. A 4-2 success for Thomas Lovely. Doesn't look too pleased about his performance there, but he will be happy enough to have picked up the points, and he's done that in every single one of his matches so far, meaning he and Ricky King are tied at the top with 6 points each. Not the most eye-catching statistics for Lovely so far today, but a 4-2 win that sees him maintain his perfect record. And the aforementioned King is back in action next. Can he make it 4 from 4 on debut when he faces James Richardson?
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson!
This is where... Hang on, wow. He's on about right there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello!
It's the big favourites.
2-0.
But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks.
Away days and Bradley Brooks.
May see a double-double. Does go double 19. What's another double 19? Great shot. Wow. Very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No one aiming, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up. So will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done.
When
you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds tops for a breaker throw. Steve West at 20. Tops the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've got Super 6 fixtures still to come. And so far, well, there's a bit of a pattern emerging. Sets of 3, isn't it? Thomas Lovely, Ricky King and Darren Armstrong all winning on throw, then all winning against throw. But then Darren Armstrong went down for the first time to Ricky King. That's after FALLON SHERROCK got her first win of the day, that against James Richardson, who, like Nick Crowell, remains pointless at the foot of the table because Thomas Lovely beat him in that one. So Lovely and King sharing the lead on 6 points apiece. Armstrong on 4, Sherrock on 2. Nothing yet for James Richardson. Will he change that here when he takes on King, who could go top of the table once more if he carries on what has been a perfect debut?
Debuts do not come much better than this. And if we want that pattern to continue of 3 games won with the darts, 3 against, 3 with, then another 3 against, it's not inconceivable, because that would require wins for King, for Sherrock, and Lovely. Again.
King will be getting cheered on
First
in
leg, James
Swanage
to
in
throw
Dorset, where he's from. He's played 32 county matches
Game
for
on.
Dorset and plays Super League for Swanage, who won the Dorset Super League for the first time in their history last season with him in the team. They call themselves the Swans, and we might see a little Swan-style celebration at some point
100.
today. Keep an eye out for that.
I really want to see that. We know what we're going to get from Tommy
60.
the Gun Morris when he wins.
$60. $60.
It is another name that comes straight off the obvious list, but
81.
sometimes they're the best ones.
Something a bit different, isn't it, as well? Something that's got meaning. I can accept that. Something
44.
that is yours, whether it's obvious or not. Simon Adams springs to mind for a very personal celebration.
85.
I don't even suppose he would call it a celebration, would he?
No, it's just homage to where he's from, which is a very successful place.
95.
I know Michael Smith was not happy when Jose de Souza started doing the heart on stage, because he'd been doing that for years. And then, as a result, he stopped doing it.
65.
Michael doesn't do anything like that anymore.
102.
Well, you've got your own thing too with the salute.
62. Ricky O'Carr, 110.
Yeah, it was a different style of salute to Barnevel's.
74.
Good attempt,
James O'Carr,
but now
40.
Richardson has the chance to put some pressure on King. Let's see what he's made of.
Getting shown the first
As
leg, James
Richardson lands
Richardson.
tops to take the opening leg.
Second leg, Ricky to throw first. Game on.
Easy for us to say that this is an important game, but for everybody who harbours an ambition of being in the top 2, around about this time tomorrow, they might need someone like James to step up
121.
and stop someone at the top.
45.
Ricky's just got to be careful of one thing. I don't think he's the kind of person who's going to be overly confident when he goes into his last 2 matches, just
55.
because he's won the first 3. He's quite a swift player.
100.
And the only thing I would say is just regulate that tempo a little bit. Because a couple of visits that we've seen over the last hour, just a couple of them have been a bit too
76.
quick. Just make sure you're doing what you were doing earlier.
Well, this is the game where it's more likely to creep in, isn't it? Because James Richardson is rapid in the way he throws the darts and the speed he retrieves them, and you could get caught up in a whirlwind.
Yes. And if I may be brutally honest, the amount of county games he's played, that's not a lot.
130
For an international of his level, that's not a lot of county games.
What he has done well is every setback he's responded to almost immediately, and he's done that
Second
again.
leg, Ricky King.
15 dart hold in response
Third
to
leg, James
losing
to
the
throw
opening leg.
first. Game on. $100.
County games, did he say 37?
32.
32, so that is him in probably his 4th season. It's not a
100.
great deal. But to be able to climb into the Europe Cup team for your country in that time, that is an incredible achievement.
135.
And you've got to say, it can't be refuted that
100.
Dorset getting to the Premier League and County Darts and his team being Super League champions for the first time ever
32.
There seems to be a lot happening around Ricky King at the minute. In team environments, what can he do for himself?
60.
This might just be the start of something, because wherever he goes in the last 4 years, good things are happening.
128. James Ricard, 141. $81. Ricky Carr, 164.
Well, this could be a good thing. Not going to happen.
64. James
Yeah,
Ricard,
tried
60.
to find the 25 with the second dart, ended up using the 20 to find it with the third. A good shuffle across there
on the third
from
leg,
James Richardson, and he opened up an angle of entry and opens up a
Fourth leg,
lead
Ricky
once
to
again.
First. Game on.
It feels like the first time in today's action
100.
that Ricky's being pushed onto the back foot. It'll be interesting to see what he does with this.
85.
Just a reminder of what's still to come. Sherrock versus Crowell follows this one. Then Lovely meets Armstrong, whose day
57.
could go one of two directions after winning his first 2 matches, but then losing out to King a couple of games ago. Final 3 fixtures. Crowell versus Richardson.
134.
Lovely v King. Could they both be unbeaten at that point? And then Sherrock takes on Armstrong in the curtain closer for this afternoon. But of course, we will be
85.
back from 10 p.m. tonight, when not only will we be revealing next week's lineup, but we'll have
40.
weekly finalists Paul Hogan, Terry Nash and Justin Hood all joining the action, with Devon Peterson and Nolan van Leuven
84.
coming in from Group 8.
There's going to be some good darts tonight. Guaranteed. Just thinking of Darren Armstrong for a minute.
100.
What would be the ideal result for him in this match? Keeping King on 6 points is probably what he wants.
135. James
Resulting
Ricard,
in
142.
a James Richardson victory being what he wants to happen. 142 possible? Not for long.
90. Ricky Carr, 40. Game shot on the
Once
fourth leg,
again,
Ricky
just a
King.
certain confidence in the way that he delivered that dart, particularly after missing the tops.
Fifth leg, James to throw first.
Didn't
Game
bat an
on.
eyelid before landing the double 10, and it's all square.
83.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? The people with
100.
talent, they have the simplest actions. There's not a lot going on with Ricky's throw. It's just a little twist as the dart comes
96.
back towards his eye line. Look at the flight. There's just a little twist there to get it inset into the grip the way he wants it.
140.
And then straight back and through. Uncomplicated and very good.
58.
He's almost side-eyeing the dartboard as well, in the same way that Wesley Harms does. He's not looking at the board straight on.
77.
It's as
Ricky
if the
Carr,
right eye is so
121.
dominant that the left eye doesn't matter that much.
85.
That question that I asked when he was 2-1 down. What happens when he's pushed onto the back foot?
61. Ricky Carr, 36.
I'm going to have to say I'm impressed with it.
Yeah, we're seeing the answer here. 99 to lead the
18.
match. Can't quite get
James
it, but
Ricard,
Richardson
126.
not on an easy finish. Treble 19. And still for the ball.
79. Ricky
Not enough
Carr,
gas.
18.
Double 4.
Game shot
And he
on the
does
fifth
pick
leg,
it up
Ricky
this
King.
time. And no matter what he's doing, whether it's a brilliant leg or a
Sixth
scrappy
leg,
leg
Ricky
like
to
that,
first.
it's always the same reaction.
Game on.
He's the kind of person that when he turns up to your house to do a job, whatever it is, he'll just say, "Where's the job? I'll see you when it's done."
140.
We've already seen him today tee up the prospect of a perfect leg. 4 darts in this time. 5 out of 6 went. 7 earlier on.
Most of this game, Ricky has been averaging in the 80s. He's tipping 90 for the first time.
97.
Will he finish Richardson off on that 84, or will we go the distance?
What a leg of darts it's been for the pair of them.
100. Ricky O'Carr, 84.
Both of them in the 80s after 9 darts. Is that the first little sign of any nervousness, a drop dart before throwing at the ball?
53.
Potentially.
Ricky O'Carr, 81.
So one person can't get a 12 darter. Can the other?
41. Ricky O'Carr, 31.
For another win on a dream debut.
15. James O'Carr, 40.
I didn't think he was going to miss that. Double 10. And Richardson takes us all the way.
James Richardson.
First sign of fallibility from the Dorset man. And now he's got a break in the last leg to stay undefeated.
Game on.
10 more darts at double than Richardson, who has shown his ruthless streak in that department.
140.
So tenacious is James.
94.
I think we're about to find out just how tenacious Ricky is. Because when someone is doing this against you, and you're against the throw, he might need a max.
Well, let's not forget as well, James Richardson here is potentially playing for his live lounge life. If you lose 4 games, you are pretty much out of it, aren't you?
Especially in this group, where people are playing. Really good.
James O'Carr, 161.
Now, is Ricky King about to get 127 and game
41.
and match?
Ricky O'Carr, 127.
Well, he'll need the ball.
94.
And he doesn't
James
get it.
O'Carr, 120.
Double top to steal it. Bravo. Bravo, James Richardson. You were hit hard at times in that game by England international Ricky King. But the way he was able to get his chance and take his chance. Earlier in the day, he couldn't put Darren Armstrong away, but this time it flips around. And for the first time today, we have 4 players taking the spoils with the throw as well. On the doubles, Richardson was brilliant at 4 out of 6. So when we come back, it's going to be Crowell against Sherrock, a rematch of one of the fixtures from Group A this week.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Deciding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. We've seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet. In the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win. B. Group B contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the winner, the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Gage
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
One person got off the mark in the last match. Can the same be said of Nick Crowell, who has the darts against FALLON SHERROCK here? Hasn't been his day, but he's still smiling. Always good to see. Well, the Queen of the Palace right now is looking to double down after getting her first win against James Richardson in Game 7. And it may just be that playing familiar players might yield 6 points for Fallon today. She couldn't beat Thomas Lovely, but she could beat someone she's already beaten this week. As far as this one's concerned, she's beaten Nick once from their 3 games. If she gets another one, she is definitely part of the chasing pack in Group C.
$61.
Over the last 3 days, Murph, we've seen Nolan and Fallon in the same practice room, pitting their wits against each other. Now that they've been split up,
85.
is that, from a dynamic perspective, a good thing or a bad thing, or does nothing change?
43.
Good question. I think it's probably a good thing for Fallon if they don't meet again this week.
81.
Because she won the last match, as you mentioned earlier. Of course, they could meet again this week and she would win that match as well, and that would be even better for her. But I think as things stand, even though Nolan Van Leuven's had the better week, it might be better for Fallon that they've been split up. I'm still not writing off the prospect of them meeting on Saturday, though. Well, Nick has not reacted to that dart very well.
100.
And I don't know why he persevered, really. He went for... I don't know what he went for.
He had 194 left.
54.
And the one section of the board where he could have lost points, he went for it.
He was almost aiming for the very corner of the treble 20. It's happened again. He's not happy about it, is he?
98. Following the car, 167.
Yeah, lovely darts from Fallon.
Nick car, 76.
Now Crowell to take a 6-visit lead. He's been pretty good on shots like this.
56.
Great chance for Fallon to take the throw. Well, the line was good, but the weight of dart,
20.
She has struggled a little bit with that on some shots this week.
Getting shot on the first leg, Nick Crowell.
Crowell claims the opening leg. You mentioned earlier about
Second leg, Fallon to through first.
Darren Armstrong's sort of issue with his darts drifting to the left. Couple of darts there for Crowell, which kind of dropped when they were in the board.
60.
And he reacted to those. What causes that? Because he obviously doesn't know why the darts landed like that.
45.
Well, if we may look at the way his darts sit in the board from this perspective, they're not going in as upright as Fallon's.
134.
First thing to approach is that Fallon is not as tall as Nick. So even though the darts aren't going in at the same upright angle as some other people,
100.
She can still get them to land underneath better than Nick. I think he's got this ability to get the
43.
darts to stack from side to side, but predominantly from right to left. And always better to be over the top than underneath. Just like that. That was a right to left
24.
shot. But if he hits that flight with the way his darts go in the board, it could land at any angle.
58.
Let's look at the dart going in the board here. You can see that it's landing flight to the right.
77.
If the end of his dart hits that flight, it could either land on the floor or it'll go into the board with very little power.
140. $45. Following the car, 66.
So, 66, treble 10 found for double 18, which he started to find
Getting shot on
today.
the second leg. Following
And she
Sherrock.
finds it again to level up this one.
Third leg, Nick to throw first. Game on.
A little earlier in the week, I was asking the question that Fallon doesn't wear her light blue shirt anymore. She always wears pink. She has become synonymous with that colour. Whereas before,
49.
she would have two different colours.
Well, things that people forget in darts. Michael van Gerwen didn't always wear green, did he?
96.
Probably something to do with the World Youth Finals. He never wore green in those finals.
Actually wore pink in one of them.
Yep, pink in the
60.
first one against Aaron Monk. And he wore black against James Hubbard, who was here 3 weeks ago.
44. $60.
I'll tell you what's a really
81.
interesting thing as well. These are the kind of things I think about when I'm sitting having my cup of tea at night. Fallon has been with the same equipment manufacturer
98.
for years. And even when she became the Queen of the Palace, she has continued to use the same equipment. She stayed with the same company.
140.
And in sport, sometimes loyalty is forgotten. Fallon is an
89.
incredibly
Following the car,
loyal individual.
140.
Well, she would have been short of an offer or two at that time.
$88. Nick Ricard,
She's now
145.
looking to turn this tie around. Treble 15 could be the start. No, he's gone treble 19 this time.
He's got a few bags of tricks up his sleeve.
89.
He's shown us that he's definitely got a very sharp counting brain. How was Fallon on double 8? How sharp can she be?
36. Nick Ricard, 56.
Fallon took out 66.
Getting shot on the
Nick
third
takes
leg.
out
Nick
56. And 2-1 is his lead.
Cowell. Fourth leg, Fallon to through first. Game on.
They're not taking her chances. He's taking his in this match.
56.
She's playing at a higher level than Nick in this game, but oh, to pardon the pun, he's just nicking the legs.
81.
I was at the cinema last night, Murph, watching the new Joker movie, Folie à Deux. I never realised until now that Fallon is a little bit
46.
resembling Lady Gaga in that movie. Long blonde hair like Harley Quinn. I think if Fallon was going to a Halloween party later in the month, I think Harley Quinn is an open goal.
100.
Any good?
Not what I expected,
57.
but still enjoyed it. What would Nick Crowell go as at a Halloween party?
39.
I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I am in trouble.
85.
I think he would go as a Green Devil. Because he's got one on the back of his shirt.
But people go all ironic in Halloween these days, don't they?
Yeah.
60.
It's not about the horror anymore. Sounds like a stupid statement, really. Nothing should be about
60.
horror, but people just dressing up as anything. It should be about something that is scary.
And we will be on air on Halloween.
57.
Yeah, that's the end of October, leading into what is going to be a
97.
very buoyant November here.
164.
Lots of action here with tour finals for the ADC. We've got some unbelievable Modus Super Series weeks coming your way.
Well, Crowell looking to scare Sherrock here.
92.
Left
On the
himself
car, 100.
handy. Sherrock may need to take this out. It's got to be tops, hasn't it?
Tops hasn't really
60.
been working for her this week.
Car, 72.
That's why she was hesitant. Maybe for a second she was thinking about treble 16.
Yeah, I think she sort of muttered to herself, don't go tops after going tops. And only one tops required for Crowell, who leads this match 3-1. Suddenly, we could see everybody in the points.
First. Game on.
Things could be bunching up. You might even have a round of play where we have three people. Ooh, that was a bit of a flyer, wasn't it?
100.
2 rounds of play in a row that go all with the throw. But as far as this fixture goes this week,
97.
Nick won the first meeting 4-3. Then he won 4-0 on Tuesday because Fallon didn't play well on Tuesday. But she did beat Nick yesterday. Now, is he starting to struggle with his feel here? He's had 2 darts, make that 3 in this leg, which are straight out of the bottom draw. And if you see that as the opponent, you've got to jump all over it.
This is
45.
Exactly where Nick Crowell got that little bit of
58.
confidence, that first win of the week in this fixture. When he started to feel like he belonged at the Super Series.
92.
The only way that Sherrock doesn't know about those bad visits is if she isn't watching the dartboard in between throws. Some people are like that. They don't want to know anything that the opponent does. But if you do watch,
81.
there
Follow
are
car,
occasions
106.
where you can be given positive signs.
74. Nick your car, 129.
Well, is that the sign of the start of a comeback? Or is Crowell going to end it here?
Well, he didn't want to get that flight until Fallon had finished her throw. That's good sportsmanship there.
That would have been a good way to complete victory. Instead, Sherrock can break throw on double 8. One last chance. Not taken.
16. 48.
Somebody's just told that dart off. And if she's gone full Harley Quinn there, I would not want to be that third dart.
A little bit of attitude from Fallon Sherrock.
Getting shot in the match, Nick Crowell.
But it's a victory for her opponent. His first in this group. He beat Fallon Sherrock on Monday, beats her again on Thursday. 4-1 success for Crowell. It wasn't the greatest game, and Sherrock actually had more darts at double than Nick in the match, but he wins it emphatically in terms of the scoreline, 4-1, despite not having any scores of more than 140 in that game. In fact, no scores with 2 trebles at all in that match, but still managed to cross the line. He picked up his first points despite that. Coming next, the man who hasn't dropped any points so far, Thomas Lovely, in action against Darren Armstrong.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
The action continues at the Live Lounge, where more darts are thrown than anywhere else in terms of Arrows arenas, and more points have been amassed by Thomas Lovely than anyone else, apart from Ricky King. But the defeat by James Richardson for King a couple of games ago has opened the door for Lovely now to lead this league table on points. If he beats Darren Armstrong, it will be 4 from 4, and he will cement himself as a firm favourite that he already was before a dart was thrown to date. Penultimate match for this pair. Armstrong won his first 2 matches, but then was beaten by King. Is he going to go down to Lovely as well? We will find out in a race to 4.
And with 4 matches left as well. Now that everybody's got points.
57.
everybody knows what is possible for the rest of the day. When we get into the last round of fixtures, you can only add 2 more to your total. We have one player in Thomas Lovely who started as the favourite for today and tomorrow, of course, to win the group.
58.
He's the only player who can win all of his matches today, proving the bookies very, very right. And if there's one thing that you can bring from the Challenge Tour to this place, it's the ability to put 4 or 5 games together with quality.
140. 131.
He's won when he's played well, he's won when he hasn't played so well. But there's been a little trend here at the Super Series when you've got 50 left and you throw 9 darts,
95.
you go for the ball.
50.
Old school.
34. Down in your car, 151.
Chris Mason started that trend, by the way.
Oh, it's his fault, is it?
Well, that could have really stung had Armstrong managed to take that. He's still looking at it closer and closer, hoping that Paul Hinks tells him it's in. Well, it's not in. And Lovely will come back for the remainder.
Thomas Ricard, 16.
Why was he going treble 20 there?
Cannot get any closer without hitting.
No score. Down in your
Maybe he
car,
can.
54.
He still got me perplexed as to why he went for treble 20 for double 7. Doesn't matter anymore. Because now he's on double 19.
Thomas Ricard, 16.
Wrong bed for Armstrong, so Lovely gets more goes, having already missed 5 darts.
Yes, go left here, Thomas. Now go right.
Getting shot on the first leg, Thomas
I
Lovely.
think there's a little bit of relief in going for a different target there.
Second leg, Thomas to throw first.
We missed 7 at one target. He
Game
managed
on.
to find the secondary double.
$85.
He's playing well and he keeps winning. But there have been dips in form throughout the day.
96.
I think what he was hoping for was an upturn in form from game 3. In the same way that he had from game 1 to game 2. Scoring-wise, he's been very consistent today, but there's just been a few dodgy darts at double.
134.
Especially in his last match where he missed 12. And he hasn't started this one buoyantly. 1 from 8.
134.
If he does that every leg, he will lose.
$87.
Well, if this wasn't on points, Paul, if it wasn't on results, but it was
40.
on the judges' scorecard, what score would you be giving Thomas Lovely out of 10 so far today?
60.
Almost 7. Let's face it, if you're giving someone a 9 or anything above that,
85. Sorry, 99.
they're going to be averaging 100 for the day.
124.
So it's not a day that suggests he should really be winning all of his matches, but that could happen.
56. Thomas Ricard,
Just imagine
60.
what he could do if he was doing 8 to 8.5 out of 10 for the day. He could still be 2-0 up.
Well, he's won all his games so far,
Game
and he's
shot on the
halfway to
second
winning
leg,
this match.
Thomas
But I
Lovely.
think one dart today has really affected him, and that was in the first match when he bust
So like
60
Darren
on
is
treble
through
20.
first.
Since
Game
then,
on.
when he's been on that, the single has been right up there near tops, so much so that it's been blocking the target.
And it should
40.
be. It shouldn't be anywhere near that treble 20. If anything, you're better off missing the board with the first dart.
119.
Unless you're Andy Hamilton, who rather peculiarly goes for the small segment of the 20.
Yeah, but what if you overshoot that one and you hit the 60 anyway?
94.
It's a risky play, but I understand why Andy does it. Because he doesn't want his flight in the way of tops anyway.
All in.
180.
I haven't got any chips in front of me. I can't call you.
60.
I've just been looking up where Darren is from. A place called Newcastleton. Fascinatingly, on the borders of Scotland and Cumbria. A beautiful part of the world, that is. It's actually not far from Gretna Green.
85.
Which is famous for
102.
people getting married. A lovely place, Gretna.
54.
Well, this is a decent performance from the table topper elect.
58. Thomas Ricard, 48.
He's making a 90 average look mundane because he's got so much more to give. But he's already 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, Thomas to through first. Game on.
Even though he has had a couple of stumbles today and is perfect points-wise and looking to be on 8 after this next leg, potentially.
60.
I've seen Thomas play quite a few games, and in fact, he has played a European Tour event as well. He was at the first ever Hungarian Darts Trophy in Budapest. That was the largest hall he's ever played in. The Pap Laszlo Arena in Budapest is monstrous.
92.
He lost to Keane Barry that day, but I have never seen him look as confident as he is today.
100.
Looks very, very comfortable, doesn't he? Is he going to be one of those players who makes the Live Lounge a bit of a second home?
140.
It's great to watch. Very appealing. Fast. Throws the dart. It stays thrown. And every time a dart hits the board
45.
with his name on it, it has a slightly different sound. As we're saying, Northumberland, he gives it a
52.
proper hike.
$25 would leave him on a checkout.
63. Thomas Ricard, 157.
He's not going to take it.
45.
But if he takes the shot next time, if given an opportunity, which is now when, he can reduce Darren Armstrong's leg difference to the minus whilst taking his into double figures.
56. Daniel Carr, 40. Getting shot on the fourth leg, Darren Armstrong.
And both of them aren't hanging around. Lots
Fifth
of
leg,
quick
Darren
players
is
here
in
today.
first.
It's almost unfashionable to play darts more deliberately these days. Even players like Sean McDonald from last week, even he's quickened up the pace. I'm sure Sean is someone that Darren knows quite well.
121.
Both playing ADC darts up in Scotland. Albeit, geographically, they're about 3 to 4 hours apart.
134.
But darts is a community, isn't it? And Thomas has been part of the darts community
98.
his entire life. Since he was born into the sport. Born into a county that has had an enormous footprint
100.
in this sport.
$80.
It was almost his birthright that he was going to turn into a dart player. And he's a very, very good one now.
97.
Well, 170 left this time by Lovely.
100. Thomas Ricard, 170.
If he's not careful, this game could turn into just that. A game. Because at
56,
times we thought
Dominic R, 102.
this is going to be a rollover.
$62.
That was a
Dominic
good
R,
attempt.
114.
But he knows now that he is facing, or was facing, the prospect of defeat.
65. Dominic
A
R,
reprieve
40.
for Armstrong, who now gets a clear look at tops and a clear look at tens. Takes a moment, slows down the pace, full focus, big dart, big hit.
On the fifth leg, Darren Armstrong.
Shouldn't expect anything less than that
Six leg Thomas to through
from
first.
someone
Elon.
using Michael van Gerwen style darts. He's shown very little emotion today, which is applaudable.
97.
Because this could turn into a stressful situation. But imagine if he was to bring this back to 3-3 and then take the win. He was staring defeat in the face. But after 4 rounds, if he's on 6 points,
134.
he's going to be level with Lovely and King all of a sudden.
$85.
I've always said there's such a fine margin between a very good local player and someone who's at the next level.
60.
The margins are so small. And this is where people of those levels get tested. We find out the
93.
Darren Armstrongs of the world. Can you take that next step? This is Thomas Lovely's level. He should be really
56.
good at this level because he's looking to go one further, maybe over the next 2 or 3 years.
133. Thomas Agar, 154.
Well, it would be some way to win it. And the 132 would be some way to stay in it.
64. Darren Yakar, 132.
Another this time. And he does get 2. He's looking to do what Kai Gotthard did last week. And he's done just that.
Darren Armstrong.
Stunning check out to take us all the way. And at 3-0 down, we thought this wasn't possible. Now, the person with every single piece of momentum is Darren Armstrong. Just to give Armstrong a bit more credit as well, since the end of the first leg, Thomas Lovely's had 4 darts at double.
And that checkout was out of the top drawer, wasn't it?
100.
The first dart at the bullseye just made it so inviting to get a second.
Look at the way he hit the bullseyes. He could have fit another 2 in there.
Well, yeah, if he was taking part in the Bullseye Challenge, available here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, he'd have wanted to put the third one in and then pick up another set of darts because they were such good markers that he could just use them as barriers and kept on hitting the ball for hours on end.
Do you know what we should do? We should bring back the Ice Bucket Challenge, and if you don't get 12 points in the Bullseye Challenge in 60 seconds, you get the Ice Bucket over your head. But we'd have to do it at the end of the session.
45.
Henry Deacon's the first participant.
$94.
Well, this has been ice cool, this comeback from Darren Armstrong. Thomas Lovely now is the one facing the pressure.
You said that when he bust
100.
60 points earlier, that may have had some effect on him. Losing this game would have a bigger effect.
44.
Well, suddenly, Darren Armstrong would have a share of the lead. There'd be 3 players on 6. And Armstrong will be one of them. Or will he?
98. Darren Yakar, 90.
This is your chance, Darren.
Another bull, but this time to either start the combination or end it.
I like the way he's taken his time. He's done it a couple of times in this match. It's double 15. Oh, that is so unlucky. And you can see The expression etched on his face.
82.
He knows how close it
Thomas
was.
Sherrock, 18.
Does it get closer than that?
Nine.
Well, Lovely got
Daniel
further
Star,
away
8.
after the first match started double 9. And he believes it's done.
It's been a gutsy comeback from Darren Armstrong.
Getting shot in the
And he
match, Darren
completes that
Armstrong.
comeback. And you have to say, Darren deserves it. A 4-3 success, inflicting the first defeat of the day on Thomas Lovely, and meaning there is a 3-way tie at the top of the table going into the final fixtures of Thursday in Group C. 6 points for Lovely, 6 points for Ricky King, and 6 points for Darren Armstrong after that 4-3 comeback win. The tables were turned with that stunning 1-3-2 checkout, and Armstrong is more than in the mix. Final set of fixtures coming up after the break, starting with Nick Crowell against James Richardson.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's.
Definitely not him. It's definitely
he
not
thinks
him.
it's
Hold
it.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it already. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Double 7 now, sure. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland is knocked out. Darts for fun. The favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
It's one of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jay!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where there are just 3 fixtures left to play for this afternoon, and here's what's happened so far. Well, it was looking like a lovely day for Thomas Lovely after winning his first 3 fixtures, but he crashed a defeat against Darren Armstrong in the previous game, meaning that Armstrong, Lovely and Ricky King are all now tied at the top of the table, and Lovely and King are going to play each other, so whoever wins that one will move to 8 points. Armstrong can as well, but the next match is Nick Crowell against James Richardson, and that's a battle between the bottom 2, but one of those will move on to 4 points. And does it just keep one of them in just about, the other one's out?
It feels that way, doesn't it? One thing we can decipher from the pattern of play today is that whoever wins in the first game of a round, whether you've got the darts or not, we have followed the person who has won. So if Crowell wins this and goes to 4 points, it'll
First
feel
leg,
like
Nick,
Lovely
you
and
go
Fallon
first.
will win afterwards.
Game on.
Crowell's record against James this week is exceptional. 3 wins from 3. And even though he won his last match,
81.
there were some signs that he was tiring a little bit. So far this week, he's won 4-3 twice, and a little bit of a wider margin
43.
yesterday when he won by 3 legs.
$140.
At no point this week has Crowell really been talked about as someone who will go to Saturday night, because he had a bad Monday morning and he was
41.
always chasing Monday afternoon, Tuesday and Wednesday. And here, if he wants to stay in the reckoning, he will have to win this game, because somebody is going to go to 8 points, you feel.
Richardson's the type of player who can go on a run, isn't he? So if he wins it, you think he's got a chance tomorrow, winning 4 or 5 matches and somehow sneaking through. The nightmare
22.
really is that 2 players go to 8 points. One will, because Lovely and King play each other. But if Darren Armstrong beats Fallon Sherrock, that will put him on 8 points as well. And I think for anyone, 4
100.
points is quite a big gap to bridge. 6 is pretty much impossible.
Especially in a Group C situation when you've only got 5 games on a Friday. It creeps up so quickly.
42.
You look at the
Leave
fixture
it
list
down,
on a Friday
120.
morning. 5 games, okay, let's see what we can do. Next thing you know, it's only 4, and then it's 3, and I can only get 6 more points, and I'm 6 adrift.
100.
Well, James Richardson in this opening leg is 333 points adrift.
And that number has actually been
60. Look at the
talked
card,
about
20.
in sport today. 333. Double 10.
No score.
Too many. Yeah, 333 runs for Graham Gooch against India in 1990. That was the last time an English batsman had gone to 300 runs or more. But
139.
Harry Brook
Look at the card, 20.
has done that today in Pakistan.
Game
Well,
shown on the
Richardson's a
first
little
leg, Nick
closer when
Powell.
Crowell finally closes the door on leg 1.
Second leg, James to throw first. Game on. $115.
One thing about the technique of James, it's all about elbow position for him. He's got a very compact action. If that elbow deviates left and right a bit too much,
140.
he loses his line. Look at the right elbow. It does have a little bit of lateral movement every now and again.
70.
And that's a huge thing for a dart player. The elbow moves, everything moves in the throwing department.
60.
That's why regulating the height of the elbow and the lateral movement is so important. If you look at some of the best throwers of all time,
43.
elbow movement is minimal. That's why looking at Jamie Lewis's action has been so
82.
miraculous over the years. He's had success, but his elbow goes up and down like an actuator.
141.
Good darts from Richardson. Now we're going to be treated to the champagne shot once again, having seen it brilliantly executed by Darren Armstrong in the last game. James Richardson will now step up for 132.
If we keep popping champagne corks, Murph, I'm not going to be fit to work tonight.
30. James McCarr, 132.
Well, annoyingly, he doesn't have to go the ball route now. Annoyingly for us, he'll be very happy with that outcome.
$56.
I like the plan. He will not like the result.
$139. James McCarr, 76.
Good pressure. Great pressure. Does he move on dart 3? Decides not to.
Game shot on the second leg, James Richardson.
And there's that tenacity that you see from Ruthless. And that
Third leg, Nick,
is what got him over the line
Game
against
on.
Ricky King in Game 10. A very good match it was too. I bet his dry cleaning bill is really big. Imagine he walks in with all his darts clothes
41.
covered in white powder.
You might have a few questions to answer, Paul.
60.
Funnily enough, Jamie Lewis's dad is called Chalky, isn't he?
True, yeah.
$140.
Well, everybody's got their foibles when it comes to traction or grip. I mean, Rob Cross, he probably goes through black trousers like you wouldn't believe. He rubs his hand on his right thigh
60.
so much.
Yeah, there are players that lick the fingers. There are other players that use
100.
sort of wax, a little bar of wax. Simon Whitlock came up with his own solution, didn't he?
Yeah, very popular
133.
solution. It's a white residue. And you don't need a great deal of it on your throwing fingers, and it eliminates the sweaty feeling that you can
83.
get from any sort of perspiration, whether it's too hot or maybe a little bit of anxiety. And you get this tacky feeling
95.
on your
Nick
fingers.
Carr,
It's very, very good.
137.
Yeah, good stuff there from
97.
Crowell.
James Carr, 153.
Doesn't get flustered, does he? He was holding his breath there. I think we all were.
93. Nick Carr, 40.
For 2-1.
Getting shot on the third leg. Nick
Just
Crowell.
followed the line, didn't he? And adjusted the weight. Gets his nose
Fourth
in
leg,
front
James
again.
through first. Game on.
First time this week he's been in a practice room with 5 other players, and he's the only person
140.
who isn't a naturally speaking English person. He had Nolan van Leuven in the practice room the last 3 days. That affects some people.
81.
But then again, there are other people who go in there who are from other countries. Their English isn't brilliant, and they can use
100.
that to give themselves space from their prospective opponents.
Do you know what? It's a strange thing for me to say as
60.
a commentator, but I don't really like talking to people. So if that was me in the practice room, I wouldn't want
100.
that. People talk about how good a group it's been this week, all the camaraderie. I wouldn't want that. I want to focus on my job and ignore everybody else.
Couldn't agree more. I used to put my earphones on when I was in a practice
James
room,
Carr, 161.
and people used to tap me on the shoulder. They used to annoy me. I didn't like it at all. Just leave me alone. Let me do my thing. Turned out it was the tournament director and he needed me to do something else,
55.
so didn't do myself any favours.
Richardson doing himself some favours in this leg, and Crowell doing himself no favours until that
64.
final dart.
James Carr, 106.
That's right in the middle. And
James
so is
shot on the
that.
fourth leg, James Richardson.
This one's 2-2, and Mr. Tenacious,
Fifth leg, Nick through
he could
first.
still walk
Game
away
on.
with 4 points for the day after losing his first 3.
One of the things we have learned about Nick Crowell is he is a great sportsman-like figure, isn't he? Always congratulates the big
100.
checkouts against him.
I don't think he speaks a massive amount of English. But after what Stowe
40.
Bunce was saying earlier in the week, he said every single person in that practice room is really friendly, encouraging, and
100.
even though they're trying to battle with each other, they're still helping each other. If someone's a bit down after a defeat, they'll say, it's okay, just go up for your next one.
140.
And it may be one of the friendliest groups we've ever seen, because it's not the same every week. Sometimes things can get a bit frosty.
41.
And we have seen that on occasion. Here at the Modus Super Series.
180.
That would make for a really good bit of social media, by the way. Talking about frosty practice rooms and experiences with it. That's what people want
60.
to know.
James Car 141.
Well, you can go downstairs between sessions and share all the secrets, Paul.
Maybe some of them. Not all of them. I am going to write a book one day. Oh, look at that from James Richardson in the background. He wanted to leave less than 73.
He's left the rally late, hasn't he, today? But he might just about keep his hopes alive come the end of it. 88. Real focus on the face of Richardson. And the outcome, he's excellent once again. That's a break, and he will now throw for the match. And once again, kind words from Crowell, despite the fact that his Super Series flame may be flickering out.
Do you know what? If we take it one further, I didn't like people talking to me in the practice room, but there used to be a player on the tour called Alan Caves. The Caveman. What a personality. And when you played him, if you hit a 140, you'd say, oh, good darts. And it was off-putting. You're trying to beat this guy, and he was so nice.
I'll tell you who does that, and did it here at the Super Series, and won the week at the Super Series. Ren O'Sullivan. Every single visit her opponent did something half decent. She was congratulating them. And then killed them all with kindness.
133.
Yeah, I think Rianne's a bit of a rare sort. She's just a lovely lady. I like the way she finishes sentences with, to be
100.
honest. It's brilliant.
I need something big here. Not getting it. And he knew that
60.
he needed 2 trebles.
How's James going to feel about 4 points at the end of the day after the start he had?
123.
He's going to feel like he's got a chance tomorrow, and that's all you want.
Let's not forget the fixtures are reversed, so if he wins the same match as early tomorrow, suddenly
85. James
he's going to find
53.
himself on 8 with 3 to play. For back-to-back wins.
13.
Well, just look at the score sheet if you want a little bit of good news, James. Your opponent is not going to win this leg at this visit, and it's now your responsibility
79.
to put him away for the day.
40. Getting shot on the match.
And it is a ruthless victory for James Richardson, who defeats Nick Crowell, and in doing so, as good as eliminates him from finals night chances. Instead, Richardson keeps his faint, admittedly, hopes alive, having lost his first 3 matches. He has won his final 2, and he keeps on clinging on. In fact, he's only 2 points off top, but somebody will move on to 8. Maybe 2 players will do that. One of Lovely or King will when they go head-to-head after the break.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Gaza, Glenn Durant. Shots and a match. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. Bobby George.
Game, shot, and...
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the penultimate game of the day is a battle between the top two in the Group C table, Thomas Lovely and Ricky King. One of them will have a day which sees them win 4 out of 5 matches, and whoever wins this match is almost certain to be the overnight leader. Of course, Darren Armstrong taking on Fallon Sherrock in the final game can also get to 8 points, but the winner of this one is going to put themselves in pole position to be one of the 2 qualifiers. However, Paul, I'm going to just flip this around. I'm going to focus on the negative, despite what my therapist tells me. Whoever loses a game is going to be bitterly disappointed with how it's turned out after such a promising start, aren't
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that, because Ricky has lost his previous game to James Richardson, who's now gone to 4 points. He's turned his day around somewhat. But after 3 straight wins for both players...
Game on.
If you'd have said to them 2 hours ago, you're going to walk away with 6 points today, they would have said, I'm sorry?
One of them?
One of them has to.
Let's just remind you that at the start
95.
of the day, Thomas Lovely was a 5-6 favourite. Ricky King was an 18-1 outsider. I think those odds have probably closed quite dramatically.
180.
Thomas got 2 180s in that 4-3 defeat to Armstrong.
99.
He started that game really well, but unfortunately couldn't finish it.
99.
Really, really good start. Early on here,
135. Thomas got 82.
Thomas is throwing his flag into the ground and saying, this is going to be my game. Double 16.
Not thrown, that dart. Wasn't overarm, wasn't deliberate.
50.
If you're going to miss, do it when your opponent doesn't have a finish. But don't miss again. Remember in the first game
60.
that he played? Oh, sorry, the fourth.
32.
The first leg. He had 8 darts at double in that first leg and still got away with it. This time he doesn't need 8, he needs 3.
Well, there's a really natural throw. Does
Second leg, Ricky to throw first. Game
Thomas Lovely. And if you're a fan of breaking down throws, then we've done exactly that with none other than the 2-time world champion Adrian Lewis. His throw breakdown is available across our social media platforms, Instagram, TikTok and Facebook. Just have a look for Modus Super Series at MSS Darts on Instagram and Facebook.
134.
And you can have a look at that luscious lob of Adrian Jackpot Lewis.
42.
Yeah, we've had a bullseye challenge with Adrian over the last week as well.
85.
If he does come to the live lounge, I think we'll get him to do it again.
He's great for content, isn't he, actually, Adrian Lewis? He's a genuinely funny guy, friendly guy as well. Lovely guy, I should have said.
93.
And twice King of the World in darts.
And 4 times a World Cup champion. He thinks that that doesn't get enough mentions, you know. I'd have to agree with him.
44.
Well, we'll just mention 3 of the 4, eh, Paul?
Yeah, just don't mention the first one. If we're being fair to Eddie, he's the one that could actually hit a double at the end.
Ricky
the other 3 couldn't.
56.
Well, Ricky King won't get a go at a double at the end of this shot, and Thomas Lovely
58.
will Should get 2 darts at double.
That is really good. 14 darter and establishing leads has not been a problem today for Thomas.
First. Game on.
You know, if he was going to the Met Gala or something like that,
60.
I know this is a really strange thing to say, but if a publicist got a hold of Thomas Lovely, they'd probably say, well, why don't you change your name? Or at least the way it's said, call yourself Thomas Lavelli. It sounds posher.
100.
Nah. Considering where he's from, just keep it as Lovely.
55.
Just a reminder that still to come, Fallon Sherrock and Darren Armstrong will play their final match, and you feel that Fallon has her feet planted firmly on the tungsten trapdoor. Armstrong could have a fabulous day.
24.
This is all going wrong for Ricky. This is a very different discipline to playing in other places. You can start the way he did. You can keep going like he has. But by game 4 and 5, if you start losing out, you become a target.
Thomas McCarr, 32.
And the way that Thomas Lovely's playing at the minute, he looks like he wants to put something right.
No score.
But he's got problems in that department.
Yeah, that goes wrong for Lovely, who before missing those 3 darts was averaging 113.
100. Thomas McCarr, 32.
It is frightening how high this average could be.
$24.
That corner of the board, he has missed way too many darts there. I'm starting to think that he might be a better shooter on 10s and tops. 18s maybe. This corner that he's missed loads of times, it's cost him a massive average after 3 legs. But it hasn't cost him a 3-0 lead. He is... I can't say that without laughing. He's got a 94 average, and he's missed 10 darts at a double. Now, this is a mental battle now for Thomas. 3-0 lead again. Can he get the job done?
Well, he's turned up for the big game, hasn't he? No doubt about that. Hasn't allowed Ricky King a dart at double despite all the misses himself.
It's a decent way of winning darts matches.
100.
Every column ticked for Thomas Lovely. And Ricky King finally gets in on the act.
I hate to say this too early, but perish the thought that Thomas could maybe lose 2 games in a row from 3-0 up. He might win 4-0. If 72 is not found. Double 12. First match-winning chance then.
Sorry. Yeah. 69. Thomas McCarr, 144. $84.
So the 69 left double 6. And Ricky King can keep fighting. Or can he?
Thomas
Could be over.
60.
Ricky might be going through the tungsten trapdoor for the day. Match darts at tops for Thomas.
40. Ricky McCarr, 6.
That is now 12 darts missed at double in the match. Double 1 to stay in it. Very well done.
4th leg, Ricky King.
You're not just fighting for points, you're fighting to protect your leg difference.
Thomas to throw first. Game on.
He's done what you need to do when you come to the Modus Super Series. Win big, lose small. He's lost
100
by the finest margin in the game he's lost. Games he's won healthily.
83.
Or could he be the comeback king? on average, once a week, we see a 3-0
99.
lead disappear and a player win 4-3.
We saw it on Saturday, didn't we?
100.
Somehow they feel so much more significant. And the people that lose those games feel hurt even more.
97.
Yeah, Saturday's a different beast, isn't it, as well? Because in the group stages, a 4-3 defeat actually isn't that bad a result, is it?
135.
You can still win the next game by a certain margin and guarantee your passage through to the semis. Lose 4-3,
45.
you win your next game 4-2, you're through.
Yeah, pretty much by any margin, even if you win it 4-3. The only way you're going to go out is by a 9-dart shootout, isn't it?
46. Thomas Ricard,
Obviously, if you lose
160.
4-3 in the semi-finals, then it's a catastrophic result. But I get the feeling that this could be a pivotal one. I'm not sure both of these players are going through. So this match could be crucial. This shot could be crucial. Oh, close. He was going for 2 tops.
Thomas Ricard, 20.
He's had 2 at tops to win this match. 1 at 10s gives Thomas Lovely the lead. And as far as... Oh, we love that. We simply love that. Simply lovely from Thomas. And as far as his participation in Saturday is concerned, he's very, very nearly there. And he is going to be leading the table overnight because he's got 8 points, a leg difference of +10, and that's not going to be caught by anybody. He's had his ups and downs, but the man in the up position overnight is going to be Thomas Lovely.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win. B would be a contains the 5 players, 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the winner, the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on them forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12. Absolutely outstanding from Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome to the final match of Group C on Thursday then. And this group has not disappointed. We've seen some great darts, especially from the likes of Thomas Lovely and from Ricky King earlier on. But Darren Armstrong's had a bit of a day, hasn't he? He can also finish on 8 points if he can take out FALLON SHERROck in this last game. But to keep her hopes alive, to stay competitive, this fixture and the first game of tomorrow will be crucial.
Well, Paul Nicholson, you said earlier that this group can get away from you so quickly, and this match really magnifies that point, because if Fallon Sherrock wins it, she's only 2 points from the qualification places. If she loses it, she will be 6 points adrift going into tomorrow's
35.
action. And that was what's called one slipping out of your hand. The misery compounded.
It's like an ABBA track, wasn't it? Slipping through your fingers.
100.
And it's as if Darren didn't even see it, because he starts with a maximum. Flying the flag for Scotland this week.
55.
Here's Darren. He's been here a couple of times before, making one Saturday night, so he knows how to do it.
57.
Fallon has been to 6 Saturday nights, and she's been
60
to the final match of the week on a couple of occasions, losing out to Steve West and Marino Michaels.
Well, this is a 10th attempt, isn't it? So
45.
6 out of 9 is not a bad return at all. You're making it through to finals nights, but it's looking increasingly unlikely she'll be at this week's.
42. Daniel Carr, 137.
The last few days, it has felt as if
97.
As the day goes on, she would struggle just a little bit more.
One out of them, 40.
It's good pressure on the tops, but Armstrong has been the better player in the first leg. And he deserved that.
Darren Armstrong.
Yeah, it's an immediate breaker throw.
First.
You just think back to that first match when Armstrong played James Richardson. Richardson missed 4 opportunities to put him away in that one. Look how different their days have been since then.
86.
People think because you've got 15 games in this group and 15 tomorrow,
100.
that you've got lots of time to work with. You really don't. When you shrink it down to how many games you've got on a daily basis, so
58.
much can change in a short space of time. This final round of matches here today is the first round of play
140.
that has seen the pattern break. We are not going to get 3 victories on the same side of the draw.
48.
Crowell lost 4-2 to Richardson, so that was a win against the darts. And Lovely won with the darts against King just now.
121.
Wasn't just thinking back to that first match I mentioned. He was actually 3-1 down to James Richardson in that game. Went on to win it 4-3. Went on to beat Crowell 4-0.
43.
Then came his defeat to Ricky King 4-2. But then the crucial one, the win against Thomas Lovely, that's put him in a very strong position.
What are you trying to say, Murph?
56.
He's better off winning when he's either 3-1 or 3-0 down. So this game isn't going to plan.
34.
But after one match, certainly after 2 matches, and definitely after 3 matches, who would have dared to suggest that Ricky King wouldn't be in the top 2?
Game shot on the second leg.
Fallon Sherrock might give him a chance of being there. If she can get the better of Armstrong here, she squares this one up.
Her best scenario is 4 points and a leg difference overnight of -1. That's if she wins the next 3 legs.
41.
That's going to be tough because Darren is hard to put away. Ooh, he gave us a bit of an eyebrow lift there before dart 3. Something about Scottish darts that doesn't get talked about enough is that the
45.
talents that we see here and the talents that we see on different promotions or different tours, They don't talk about the geography as much
95.
as we do with English dart players or possibly Welsh dart players. Because what's the major difference between Mark Webster and Johnny Clayton?
97.
One's from the south, one's from the north. You could say that Darren Armstrong's a more Johnny Clayton style player because he's from the south.
180.
Oh, look at that. We got a 360 from the 180 there. And last week we had Sean McDonald here, and he was from the north of Scotland.
145.
This is off the back of the maximum.
Have they announced a lineup for Dancing on Ice yet?
130.
Well, you know the pattern of dancing that you'd get from Paul Hinks. And a 1, and a 2, and a 7.
135. Follow your car, 15.
Fallon Sherrock will look for a 7 here. Or a 3 for double 6.
Game shot on the third leg. Fallon
Tie
Sherrock.
turned around. Sherrock, having lost the first leg, leads 2-1.
Fourth leg down to through first. Game on.
Yeah, she's done well the last couple of legs. A check out of 84 to start.
16.
The last couple of legs was really impressive. Getting rid of the leg before there was any trouble.
100.
I remember going to Lakeside for the first time back in 2017.
43.
Going into the public, or should I say the hotel practice area. They had 5 or 6 boards in there for the competitors who
140.
were playing in the tournaments. The boys, the girls, the ladies and the men's. The one player that I saw on the practice board the most
45.
that week was Fallon Sherrock. She was on that board with Casey Gallagher more than anyone.
70.
I'll tell you another time I've seen her practicing constantly was that Women's Series weekend that I mentioned earlier. Last year when she
139.
won 3 out of 4 and forced her way into the Grand Slam and World Championship. And it was Lorraine Winstanley who was
60.
the practice partner on that occasion. They never left the practice boards when they weren't playing.
And those Women's Series days are brutal. 2 events in a
100.
day.
Follow your car.
Used to be 3,
131.
believe it or not.
Can she leave tops?
57.
The answer is
Follow
no.
your car,
And
114.
this last game of the day could be a tight one.
So Sherrock returns. Choices,
58.
treble 14,
Follow your
treble
car,
18.
74.
Now that leaves it a little bit awkward because it's only the bull.
Game
Only
shot
the
on
bull.
Fourth leg. Fallon Sherrock.
That's all she needed.
Oh, that'll feel sweet.
Fifth leg Fallon to through
Bad first start,
Game on.
sensible second, brilliant third. Does Armstrong do it again? Can he win from 3-1 down?
59.
Well, if Fallon can cross the line, it's a good result not only for her but also for James Richardson, who'd also be within touching distance of the top 2.
140.
We'd have Lovely out in front on 8. Armstrong and King would both be on 6, and Sherrock and Richardson would be on 4. All would be to play for tomorrow.
And the first
41.
round of action would be really watchable. I know it would be anyway, but with positions up for grabs and people trying to get
60.
into the reckoning, that would make round 1 tomorrow really, really good.
Well, Sherrock wins this and repeats it. She's on 6 points with Armstrong and King, and everybody in the group is
60.
hoping that Lovely just beats him, goes away, and they all battle it out for second place.
Well, think about the dynamic of this game. Imagine if you're 3-1 up.
100.
You're looking to get your second win of the day to stay in contention. But what if you lose it? How's your confidence before you play the same
100.
person again? It will feel shaky.
$85.
That's a great last start. You've got to make him hit that.
100. Down in the car, 116.
In this position, he might not have to.
100.
But she has hit
Following
this
the car,
shot
141.
famously on this stage. It won't be another one.
All she can do is try and tidy up and hope that Armstrong fluffs his lines here, but there hasn't been much wrong with the doubling in this game. In fact, only one dart miss between them.
6-leg Darren to through.
You know how over the last couple of years, Wayne Mardle has embraced the word faffage. Well, as far as this game's concerned, we haven't had a lot of fluffage.
134.
Yeah, very, very neat and tidy. Armstrong taking the few chances he's getting.
41.
This game is turning.
$137.
Just doesn't know how to give up. He's playing like Darren Armstrong, but he's Robert Thornton underneath.
41.
Must be a Scottish thing.
It's that grit, isn't it? That tenacity, that
115.
darting defiance. And Fallon Sherrock just starting to lose her way a little bit here.
31.
She's had 2 or 3 darts like that in this match.
115.
She'll be hoping that she's getting rid of the bad ones in preparation for winning the last leg shootout, which is about to come.
75.
Is she going to do what Gerwyn Price did at the World Grand Prix and just throw at doubles for the rest of the leg?
That was hilarious, wasn't it?
100.
How ironic.
The reaction said it all. Can't be described as too little.
No score.
Probably too late.
Well, just get another one and ask the question again.
$100. Darren Car 40.
You might not want to miss this, Darren. If you do, you might lose the match.
Game shot.
Very well done, and we go the distance again. Mr. Comeback from Group C. Could he strike again?
So the final leg, Fallon to through first. Game on.
Well, at the end of this leg, do stay with us. We will be speaking to the overnight league leader, Thomas Lovely. We'll join myself and Paul in the studio for a chat.
60.
And we'll round up everything that's happened in this session. And also a reminder that we will return this evening, 10 p.m. UK time, for what is a fascinating Group B featuring Paul Hogan, Terry Nash, Justin Hood, Devon Peterson and Noah Lynn van Leuven.
She needs big scores.
100.
That looked like a tired ton. And every time she looks up,
125.
Darren is hitting 2.
$41.
The expression says it all. She is no longer in control of this game. Now we're starting to see why Armstrong has made Saturday before.
One big hit.
140.
She gets herself down to a finish first. She's still up against it, but she's going to have the first chance at a checkout.
I said that a 160 checkout will rear its head at some point this week. Will it be now?
Darren Armstrong's had some good fun on the bullseye.
95.
One treble 19 and a single. And he could end the day on it. And there's the treble. This time he can't bed the bull. So Fallon Sherrock gets a reprieve. A chance she simply has to take.
45.
But Fallon has fallen.
Double 12. She gets
13.
Another opportunity to walk away from the day with 4 points. She can't miss this time.
Tension, tension. But triumph.
Game shot on the match.
For Fallon Sherrock in the closing contest of what has been a fascinating opening day of Group C. Sherrock looked like she would be eliminated effectively from the race, but that win keeps her hopes alive. James Richardson will fancy his chances again now. Darren Armstrong stays on 6 points with Ricky King, but it was Thomas Lovely who had the best day, winning 4 of his 5 matches, and we are going to chat to him after this short break. Welcome back. As promised, a little chat with the man of the moment. 4 out of 5 today, Thomas. Well done. Just give us your feelings on how the day went overall.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Just bar one sloppy game from a comfortable position. Other than that, I feel really good. So hopefully it continues tomorrow.
I don't know if you're aware, but the bookies made you a very strong favourite, odds-on favourite, in fact, for this group. Did you feel like that in this group when you came into it, that you're the player to beat?
No, never. I always go up there expecting to win, but so does everybody else in that room. So I'm just there as another player as well as they are. So as long as I play my game, I'm happy.
There were some really good moments today. That 130 checkout we've just seen there, that was a really good punctuation of a great leg. But what do you think, because I know there were a few moments that you weren't happy with today, but what were the good ones for you?
My scoring, I thought, was very good today. In patches, I was very, very good. The doubles are a little bit better than what they have been recently, so hopefully if I can pull it all together, ready for tomorrow, I'll be in a good position.
One of the reasons why people, including the odds compilers, will have you as favourite for this group is because your challenge tour form has been very consistent and you've just had your best result very recently.
Yeah. I've been playing well on challenge tour as well as other places. I've been playing really well, so all I can do is go up there and do my best as I always try. So that's the main thing.
How important was that match today against Ricky King? Because if you lose that, you're probably going to be disappointed at the end of the day.
Oh, massive. The quality dart players you've seen today, you've seen the way he's played. He's unbelievable. How he was so low down in the odds, I don't know how, because I know how good Ricky is. And so does a lot of people. So there's a lot of good dart players in there, really good dart players.
Paul, they're in the same position. Will Ricky be a bit disappointed having won his first 3 matches to only get 6 points?
Yes, because if you had said to Ricky at 12:55 this afternoon, you're going to have 6 points today, he'd say, okay, first day, yes, we'll have that. But if you were to say to him 6 points before he played the last match, he would have said, no, I'm not sure that is something I'm comfortable with. But it's amazing how things can change. But what I wanted to ask Thomas was, when you played Ricky, you've got experience of being here before, and you've made a Saturday before. How much did having the experience going into that game help you?
Well, I can only speak for myself. It helped me massively, as well as I know what the stage is like. And Ricky's is new to it, but he's unbelievable. He is. He really is good. Everybody in there is awesome. If I come through it, I'll be more than happy.
It's settled really interestingly for tomorrow, isn't it? What does Thomas need to do? I'm not talking about in terms of how many points he needs to get, but in terms of making sure he gets that same kind of outcome today.
I think he's got to play the game the way he wants to. He likes to blow people off the board. He's got the scoring capabilities of doing that. So get out there, be prepared for about 5 minutes before that first game. Go out there and throttle people because he's got the capabilities of doing that. Twice today, he could have had a personal best average on that stage. And yes, he didn't get them, but he still walked away with 4 wins from 5. There's another level to find, and he'll want to find it.
Let's just have a look at the table, then we'll show you that, Thomas, because you're the one at the top, the only one on 8 points. Darren Armstrong and Ricky King both have 6, but with that final result there, Fallon Sherrock kept herself in it. She kept James Richardson in it as well. Paul, I'm going to ask you, apart from when they play him, is everybody tomorrow hoping that Thomas just beats everybody else and they all battle it out for second place?
Yeah, probably. I think it happens quite a lot. It happened last week with Kai Gotthard. He won 9 games out of 10, and he was in the distance come the middle of Friday afternoon session, and people were scrapping for that second spot. And somehow Joe Croft was able to take it. But as long as you're in contention, yes, they're probably going to want Thomas to go and sprint into the future, which is Saturday. But there are other ways of qualifying through. If other things happen, you just got to win your games and see what happens after that.
And you've been in that position before. Is that something you kind of have to block out and forget about what everyone else is doing and just focus on yourself?
Yeah, of course it is. The main aim is to get to Saturday first and then see what happens. But I know I'm good enough to go all the way and win one of these. So that's the main aim. Always is.
Just tell us a little bit more about yourself while I've got you in the studio. From a darting family, of course, roots in the sport. Just who wins the practice sessions in the lovely household?
I don't know if I can answer that. I would like to say me, obviously, but the old man is awesome. He's my inspiration. Always has been and always will be. And he's unbelievable. I'll always have a practice with him and until, any time he wants.
I talk about your dad a lot because I've known Eddie a long time. I remember playing county when it was Northumberland versus Lincolnshire back in the late 90s and early noughties. He was one of their best players then, still a great player now. How does it feel to be born into a darting family? What was it like growing up?
He was my main opposition. He always has been ever since I've been small to where I am now. He always will be, and he'll always push me to the next level. He's just an unbelievable man. He really is.
We'll be very proud today. Well done today. Just a very quick chat on this evening, Paul, because we will be back from 10 p.m. for Group B. And that looks really interesting, doesn't it? Who's catching your eye in that group?
I really want to see what Noah Lynn can do. I think Group A was nothing but positive, and I think that she's got some real stiff opposition when it comes to Hogan, Nash and Hood. They've all made a final. Hood is going to be hard to stop. He's had a brilliant challenge to her this year, and I thoroughly expect him to qualify, but I'm interested to see what Nolan can do in another Group A situation.
Give us a name. Who do you think, at least one that's going to progress from that group?
Hood, unquestionably.
Thomas, want to turn pundit for a moment? And anyone jump off the page for you in that group?
I fancied Devon. He's played well this week, so I hope they all play well and do as well as they can.
There we go. Well, you've played really well today. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tonight, Paul. And we'll see you tonight as well as Group B does get underway here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel from 10 p.m. But for this afternoon, well, it's been a lovely day.